Welcome back. It's a Monday morning. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock, 96.5 WCMF. How's it going, buddy?
Pretty good, buddy.
What's going on, female buddy?
Doing good, buddy.
67 degrees right now.
Yeah.
Gonna be 91.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll get to it. We got time because.
It's coming.
Like again, you guys asked for this.
I'm fine with it.
You're not. You're
I am fine with it.
I'm ready.
I think I'm okay.
We're gonna get there. We're going to get there. I'm already angry, and I need more time than this to complain to all of you about what's going on here. Do you guys have a happy Father's Day?
Oh, fantastic.
Well, I mean, you earned your Father's Day.
No, I got gifts.
Yeah. What'd you get?
Gift card, wacky apron.
Oh, what's a wacky apron say?
Blackstone?
Blackstone.
It says Blackstone on it?
No, it's one of those things like,
Oh, like a goofy
dad chef thing.
Where it's like a bare chest.
Did you?
Yeah, something like
My dad has that T-shirt.
Yeah, a lot of dads too.
Yeah. Stuff for the grill. It was always mostly grill related.
I see.
Nice.
Well, no, that's great that you got that stuff. Seeing, what a good dad you are.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
I'm always there for him, It's about listening, Pat.
Shut up. Kimmy, what'd you do for your old man?
He's out of town.
Okay.
Yeah, he's out of town still for a few more days.
Yeah,
so.
but you got the gift ready to go when he gets home.
Yeah. Yep. Totes.
We went to the Red Wings game yesterday for Father's Day. Yeah, it was really nice. It was cool.
Hot one.
It was hot. Well, I didn't really feel the heat because we got there early.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And got the beer bats there.
Oh, yeah.
So got after it with the beer bats.
Ooh.
It was good.
Yeah.
Well, it was good up until a point.
Yeah.
Because, you reach out. Like, while it was at the game, it was all good.
Yeah.
It was while the game was wrapping up where things started to become an issue.
The tricky thing about the beer bat is you can't put it down.
No, you can't.
So you're just constantly drinking beer.
And on a day like yesterday where it's 84 degrees, you're sitting in the sun, right?
Yeah.
Like, you got to keep drinking the beer because you don't want the beer to get warm, right? But it was play catch with your dad on the field afterwards.
Yeah.
And, like, when you're sitting watching a baseball game, drinking 5 beer bats.
You got 5
What
beer
are you,
bats?
my mother? What is that? Of all the people that are going to judge someone else for drinking.
Too much.
On Father's Day. I hardly drink anymore. You know that. So when I drink, I'm going to drink 5 baseball bats worth of beer. Thank you. All right. So, like, I stood up and started walking up the stairs. I was like, I have drank way too many beers.
No kidding.
But I can't let the kids know because I don't want to ruin this, like, wonderful moment. So, like, I'm on the field.
Yeah.
And, there was 12,000 people at the game yesterday. Half of them stuck around to play catch afterwards. So
Holy Christ.
You got to find, like, a 10 feet by 10 foot space.
Where you're not going to hit anybody.
Well, yeah. And I'm, like,
or constantly on the lookout for somebody hitting you.
And, like, my girls never really played baseball growing up. Like, we'll play catch in the backyard. But let's just say throwing and catching are not their strong points, right?
Okay.
So, like, not only do I have to worry about myself in the condition that I'm in, I also have to be agile enough to, like, go chase a ball that's in the air, head into the back of some other kid's head.
I would be afraid of that because you always figure there's going to be one a-hole dad who's going to wind up.
Go long.
Yeah. And then when you're that packed in there, somebody's going to get a knot on the head.
No, it was good. I mean, I didn't see anybody get whacked.
Okay.
More people got hit with foul balls than they did with balls in the outfield.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it was one of those, like, right eye closed, try and keep straight. And everything worked out just fine.
Yeah.
And we're aware that most dads had a good Father's Day because of all of the dads' social media posts that showed up yesterday. Right? Because it is standard, if you are still with the mother of your children or your partner, for them to put up an appreciation post about you.
Okay.
Right?
I can describe 90% of them.
Go ahead.
There's a country song playing in the background. And it is a video montage of clips of dad being a dad and pictures.
Through the years.
Yes, yeah.
Through the
Slowly watch dad lose his hair and his mind at the same time.
Bro, you hit that last part on the head. The hair goes away, the face gets a little plumpier, and the expressions of happiness, like, shrink.
Yeah.
Like, you start with this skinny, full of hair, smiley dad with a new baby, and then it just ends up this bald, fat,
beat up.
But Kimmy, you saw those posts yesterday, and you were wondering out loud.
I was wondering, like, do dads love the attention, or is this something where it's, like, kind of embarrassing for them? Because to your point, like, not every picture or video is the most flattering.
And dads are very rarely the center of attention.
But they do like the attention.
When they
but
get
how
it.
much attention do they want, really?
252-WCMF, 252-9263. That's a really good question.
Like, they like the attention when it's in their control. This is out of their control.
Yeah, you're right. Like, I want to put on a bright shirt and head out to dinner so everyone will look at my cool hat.
Yeah, and be funny.
Yeah. But you're right. Like, you don't get attention from other people often. So when you get the attention from other people as a dad, is it something you want?
I think you got to lock it in, right? Because you don't get it very often.
You embrace it when it's there.
So if your wife or stepkids had put up a post about you on social media,
Like a sentimental thing.
yeah,
Like,
he's not our stepdad. He's the dad that stepped up.
oh.
Ooh.
You ever see that before? It was on every T-shirt yesterday.
No, I didn't see that.
I'm not the stepdad. I'm the dad that stepped up. I saw a great one yesterday. It was I'm not the stepdad. I'm just the guy effing that kid's mom.
Oh.
If one of your stepkids had put up a post like that,
Yeah.
would you enjoy that, or would that make you self-conscious?
Well, that's nice. Why would it make me self-conscious?
Well, I mean, you have to look at a picture of you. Check this out.
Me?
This looks like a dad.
And it's you doing something goofy.
Yeah, right. You got your new novelty.
It's your
apron
shirtless
on.
photo.
See, like even thinking about getting that kind of attention, I could feel you uncomfortable.
Well, I would be uncomfortable, I think.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about your dad? Do you do that for your dad?
I have before.
Not this year, though.
He's not. I guess I don't know if he's not a big social media person, so I don't know if he really gets the point of it.
Okay. The point of it?
But I think he would also be kind of picky about the what I say and the photo that I choose.
Okay.
Because like sometimes if I picked like a younger photo of him, he would enjoy it. If I picked like a current photo of him, or like him doing something funny, he would. I don't know if he would dig it so much.
He's still a really good-looking guy, right?
Yeah, but he sees himself aging.
Yeah, he'll be like, oh, look at how old.
Yeah, he's
I
a
got.
handsome guy, but he remembers when he was,
Right.
I hear you.
young guy.
Yeah, back before Kimmy and her brother beat the life out of him. No, because all right, my wife put one up yesterday, and
I saw her post.
Okay, but I never know how to react to that. And here's the complicated part of the dad social media post. Do I have to share it? Because like I don't want to be like everybody look at what my wife says I'm a great dad because I didn't share it.
Because I did see Dad's reposting.
But that kind of makes you look like a douche, right?
Yeah,
But
that's a dick move. You gotta let somebody else. Just let it go wherever it goes, but don't push it.
No, but here's the thing.
But you also want to acknowledge.
Yes.
Because it would look weird if you didn't give it a like or.
All right, well, that's enough.
Well, I liked it, but I didn't share it. But when I see a guy share the post, I don't know, is that a guy who wants everyone to see?
Of course it is.
What a great. Well, no, it could also be I am just doing this because I don't want my partner to think like
she
I
put
don't
all this work into it.
Exactly. I appreciate what they did.
All right.
So like I don't want them to, you know what I'm saying?
But I don't know that looking at it as, from the outside. I'm just thinking you're a dick.
So I should
So I think most dads, they're
I
not
would do it.
the biggest fans of it, but if they see that other dads are getting it, they want it too.
No, you're right about that.
You would feel left out if you didn't get it.
But don't forget, there's also a bunch of oblivious dads.
Yeah.
That don't see the joke. They actually think this looks good.
Well, no, I don't think that my wife put up my post as a joke.
Are
what
you
are you
sure?
talking about? Wait,
No,
wait,
but the wacky photos of stuff,
okay,
Or like dad doing something dumb.
dumb. Like some guys don't even see it that way.
wait, well, I don't. What do you? I don't
Well, what
understand.
were you doing?
There's like there's 5 pictures.
Well,
in
what are
here.
you doing though?
Well, there's one of us in an airport, and I was making a really fun face. Okay, that's a goofy one. I didn't realize that till just now.
But it's you and your family at least. It's not just you.
And then there's me dancing like a goof while my other daughter's embarrassed.
All
That's
right,
not-
yeah,
okay,
all right.
and then-
That's a goofy one.
but that's not. And then I'm wearing eclipse glasses. Oh
Yeah, they're
no,
making
you're
fun
right.
of you.
They're making fun of me the whole time.
Yes.
But that's you though.
No,
They're
I
just
don't want
showing
it. No,
the
it's- what do you-
dad side of you.
No, okay. This is crap.
It's like when you put a funny hat on a dog. I mean, the dog don't know what's going on.
But
Look at me.
But at the same time, if you saw somebody post about their, dad or husband, and he's in and he thinks he looks cool, you would make fun of that guy too, right?
Well, no, because that guy might actually look cool. Like there are.
You're not gonna give him the credit though.
Well, I
like
don't
dad
know.
in a suit, like dad looking his best.
Yes.
I don't know. Does he look good though?
I mean, he looks good, but I
Better.
would think like you would think that guy made her post that photo. 'Cause you know what I mean?
I don't think that I would never assume that any dad makes their partner post a Father's Day post. I wouldn't. I mean, there's
Depending on the photo chosen.
Well, you think there's dads that are collaborating?
I don't know.
On the post?
There might be a few out there.
I mean, dads are control freaks just like moms.
Yeah.
Well, that's weird. Like, that would be like, that's like some sociopathic stuff.
Most dads probably are.
Oh, my God. Are you? I'm not. I love how
I'm a stepdad. I'm not really dad.
No, I just love how we have these conversations. Like, this is how it is. Not you or me, so 0% in the break room, but everybody else but us.
Dad.
Because, like, even the post, now you got me questioning.
Right, what?
All right, I'm going to read you the post that my wife put up yesterday. Again, we're talking about Father's Day social media posts. Kimmy's curious if dads like it or if it's something that's embarrassing. It says, Happy Father's Day to, it's me.
Yeah.
You are 110% there for our girls. Whether it's cheering through 3-hour dance competitions or acting as a hype man for an early morning hockey game or teaching the nuances of comedy theory, ethics, or American history, that is me. You never fail to show up for them. I couldn't ask for a better partner in this crazy and beautiful game of parenthood. Love you, babe.
That's
That's
very
really
sweet.
That's bullcrap because I saw the look on your face. You were going to throw up the whole time I was reading it. You were going to throw up the whole time I was reading it.
I think I'm diabetic now.
Wait a minute. What? That's not sweet?
It's very sweet. You get pulled in many directions.
Yes, I do.
And you never shut up, and you think you're a know-it-all.
Okay, see?
That's exactly what that says.
So, like,
you're over here, you're over there. You never shut up. You always have an opinion. Yes.
You know what I'm hearing? You know what I'm hearing right now?
What are you hearing?
I'm hearing jealousy.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, I don't think any. You can make fun of any post written about dad yesterday.
Yes, you can.
Like, there's no winning, really. Like, there's no
Even the
ideal
sappy
post, it sounds like.
Because here's the thing, if your wife wrote that about you, you would come in here and you'd pretend,
I do so much. I do and do and do.
You would love it. You would love that.
I don't know.
But shut up, man. You live for attention. Look at me over here my whole life and we do bad things. Just look at me, guys. Check me out. I'm super cool. Oh, I don't even want it. I don't even want a social media post. I'm not a stepdad. I'm a dad and stepdad.
I did see some stepdad posts.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, why is that surprising?
I don't know. I just
Like I saw people who wanted to post for both, and I always thought, like, I wonder if real dad is a little pissed that he got included in
I would be,
stepdad
yeah.
posts.
First of all, can you call him real dad?
well, they are real. I mean, they are their father.
They're like
I
actual
understand.
birth dads
But to say something about a stepdad when the other dad is still around,
in a combo post.
I would think that's kind of insulting to your dad.
Okay, but here's the thing.
Because it seems like dad is, just as much in their life, you know what I mean? So they comboed them both. And it seems like maybe they get along.
That's just it.
But it was kind of funny.
Right.
No, there are several. There's a ton of situations where dad and stepdad tag team the thing, and the guys get along, and the stepdad knows where his boundary is. And
But
all
would
that
you be a
stuff.
little pissed if you didn't get your own separate post?
I don't know. I mean, if I got along with the guy,
Yeah.
But what if it also kind of pointed out that,
Well, I wasn't
you weren't
gonna
a great
say-
dad, like, if they
No,
go, you were a
I didn't say
stepdad, that, but you were always there for us, blah, 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 blah. When there's another dad in the picture.
Literally.
And you're saying the other guy was like always there and stepped up. That's insulting to the actual dad.
but what if that's the truth?
But when you don't throw it in the guy, well, you're not going to
Don't
make.
throw it in the guy's
You're not
face.
going to make the situation any better, pissing off your actual dad.
But I love how you leave it at, like, hold on, just to be clear, in this scenario you just painted, the dad was an actual deadbeat dad.
Not deadbeat,
No,
but not
wasn't there.
not the worst.
Wasn't there for the kid. You want the kid to be like, hey, kid, you fix it by making dad feel better by putting up a fake Facebook post.
It's kind of hurtful to the actual
Well,
dad.
but it's through the eyes of the child.
Well, yeah, child. I'm talking, a 20-year-old.
Still a child. It's that
That ain't no
person's
damn child.
It is that person's child. It's through the eyes of the kid.
Man-child.
I would make the argument if a 20-year-old wrote that, I'm taking that kid's word for it because that kid's old enough to understand the nuances of life and relationships.
Just be careful where you tread.
Make every dad feel special.
Well, keep the
man.
peace.
Even the ones that don't pay child support. Man, keep the peace.
Yeah, you fall a little behind. That's all.
Is that what it is? Shut up. So you're saying that pointing out that your dad did not pay child support in the past in your Facebook message on Father's Day Facebook post would be a bad thing to do?
Well, it's not a class move. I mean, you're no better than stiff dad.
Oh, no, I disagree. I think saying, hey, you didn't pay child support and not paying child support Way different.
Hey, your mother put me in a bad position. I wanted to help, but
So what you did.
she wanted too much.
You're such a scumbag. She wanted too much. The court told her.
But I've known guys that weren't great fathers, but they weren't the worst. Not
No,
like
no. I consider myself not great, not the worst. I know what you're
Yeah, I was
thinking.
gonna say, where's that line?
He's like the guy, he's the guy who showed up with like a wrapped up RC car once a year. Well, I got you the present.
I'm talking about guys that cheated but stayed with the wife.
Yeah, that's
that
not even
doesn't make
close
you
to
a
what we're
good person.
No, but but how about always love the kids?
He cheated, but she let him come back. That's the story.
Bad husband, good dad. That's the way I look at it.
No, but there's a difference between husband and dad. I wouldn't hold someone accountable for being a bad husband.
That's what I mean.
You could separate the two.
Bad husband, good dad.
I think you have to separate the two. I mean, look, there are things that you can do as a spouse, a mother, or a husband or a wife that would have a negative effect on the kids.
Yeah.
And
Good, yes.
Right, but I mean, if like being there for the kids,
Yeah.
and
I knew guys that did that.
it's not what you were talking about, though. You tried to back out fast because you heard the reaction.
Boy, he didn't.
We got a dynamite. No more attention for dads till next year. Cut a break for you this morning here on CMF. We're loaded up, Tommy.
What happened?
Well, we got to get into this heat because it's going to be record-setting, potentially heat for like 4 straight days. And this is what you wanted, and you sit here this morning before it gets to 90. You're like, this is great.
I've already made wardrobe adjustments.
See, and that's the thing. No matter how tough you think you are, it's not a big deal. Every single person in this town over the next 4 days will have to change something. And we'll get to that in just a little while. Also, just after 7:30 this morning, do you feel happy?
Yeah.
You feel happy, Kimmy?
I think so.
Everybody listening should be happy because it turns out when it comes to being happy, Rochester, New York,
Really?
Worldwide.
Yeah.
We'll get into it just after 7:30 here in the break room on CMF, plus a whole bunch more. But first, Tommy.
Yeah.
They say age ain't nothing but a number. Mm-hmm. We're talking about relationships and things here. There's plenty of relationships where someone may be slightly older than their partner.
Okay.
One very famous man has got himself a new gal pal.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah. He's 72.
Okay.
And you will know his name immediately. He's a household name.
Yeah.
His girlfriend, slightly younger. And it turns out, Kimmy,
hello.
they got a lot in common.
Oh, I know who you're talking about.
They got a lot in common.
No.
Really?
Oh, yeah. Like, for example, he started collecting Social Security the day she was born.
What? No.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Sometimes it takes a long time in life for certain people to discover true love.
Okay.
And thank God that this man has finally found it after over 7 decades on this planet.
Well, who are we talking about?
What are you talking about? Who are we talking about? I mean, he is referred to as the greatest coach in NFL history.
Him?
Yeah. What do you mean him?
How low is he going here?
Oh, buddy.
It don't get much lower than this.
Are we
This
getting
is
close to like Epstein
No,
numbers?
this is like Leo DiCaprio status.
Of all
I know.
the places we could have gone.
Well, that's where my head went.
Okay, why?
Famous guy that is creepy.
You're hanging out in the break room. At least you were. Until you changed the channel immediately. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 6:45, Tommy. The heat is on.
I'm ready.
Okay, you're ready. You ready?
I changed the wardrobe. I'm ready to hit it.
And that's just it. Everybody listening, no matter how tough you think you are, no big deal. Something will change in your life this week, and you also have to keep that in mind for people in your life because you may need to do some things for folks that are going without.
You don't. You check on people?
We'll get to it just after 6:45 here in the break room on CMF. Bill Belichick is about to start his first NFL season without a head coaching job in like 50 years.
Okay.
Or a coaching job period,
Yeah.
excuse me. And
So he's retired.
He's not retired. He never announced he was retired. Nobody gave him a job.
So he's got no gig.
Exactly.
All right.
Now, there's rumors he can do TV. His kids are working.
Yeah, with that personality.
His kids are working some in the NFL, some in college football. He's been helping them a little bit, but he's got a lot of free time on his hands. And with this new free time, he has embarked on a new romantic relationship.
All right.
He is dating a woman. Her name is Jordan Hudson.
Jordan Hudson. Now, has he had this girlfriend for a while?
No, this is a brand new girlfriend.
No.
In fact, they just went public.
Okay.
And she would have to be pretty new considering she wouldn't have been alive for the length of his last relationship.
Really?
Bill Belichick is 72 years old, and his new girlfriend, 24.
You're kidding me.
This is my serious face.
What's wrong with her, man?
I know.
What do you mean what's wrong with her? She's a smoke show.
On that I get.
Yeah, no.
Which means
Right. He's asking the right question here.
What are you
she
talking
could
about?
go get any rich guy, probably, that's looking.
I mean,
And she's willing to lay down with a 70-year-old man, right?
70-year-old blob with no personality.
no, I mean, he may have a great personality.
Maybe.
When?
We haven't seen it.
Maybe just not on camera.
All right.
So here's the thing. The pair met way back in 2021, which at the time would have made her 21 and him 69. And I know that's only 3 years, but for some reason that makes the story even more gross.
It
That's
does.
fresh out of college.
She's still in
No,
college.
she may still be in
She
college.
was still in college, and we know she was still in college because the pair met on a flight. And I know you guys are assuming that this is some kind of only sex thing for him and only money thing for her.
No, I would think
No.
it's no. I mean, if you go public with this, he thinks it's serious.
No, well, but she is also taking it serious, Tommy. It's not just about the money.
What else would it be?
Tommy, the pair connected
She
on this.
really likes aged sperm. She wants something more refined. It's very spermy forward.
It's a Chateau LaBille 45.
It's a Labash 69.
Batch 69.
It's so gross, man.
I'm getting grossed out just
Well,
talking about
but
this.
this is what we're talking about, man.
But does,
No.
What
does
is she?
Belichick have kids?
Yes, yeah, he's got kids that are NFL coaches.
Oh yeah, duh.
Steve,
I
All right.
forgot.
the kid who licks his mouth like
Yeah.
a weirdo. So the pair, Tommy, you're way off on this. It's not just about money and it's not just about sex because according to reports, the pair connected on a flight.
Oh, so they met on a plane. Okay.
Yes, when they bonded over a philosophy project that the student athlete had been working on. By the way, she's a competitive cheerleader.
Wait, competitive
She's a competitive cheerleader.
at 24?
Well, she was. I think she still is because here's the thing. On the plane, they swapped information and they stayed friends. They were friends for months after, and they were discussing, and I quote the story as friends, her schoolwork and the X's and O's of her cheerleading routines.
Okay.
That's what a man in his 70s was doing with his young female friend. In March, Kimmy, he was seen rooting her on at a cheer competition.
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I didn't
Adult
know people
cheer
still
competition.
did that. I mean, like, I understand like cheering for a team or like working for a team and
But
cheering.
she's not affiliated with a
But this
college
is-
or an NFL team.
Yeah, this is just. I didn't know this existed. This is new to me.
Apparently it
All right.
exists. Grown-ass competition
All
cheer.
right.
So he's 72. cheering on his 24-year-old girlfriend at a competitive cheer competition.
If you didn't know
is
that
a
was Bill
wild
Belichick,
story.
you'd think that's somebody's grandfather.
Yeah, no,
Right.
he could
Or
legitimately
you would think
be
it's her grandfather.
You know, he had one of those pop-up folding little chairs he could sit on and stuff, and oxygen going in his nose.
The three-pronger?
Yeah.
So she went with him on a work trip to Europe, and she was his date to Tom Brady's Patriots Hall of Fame induction this week.
Oh.
So it's like serious and out there.
Wow.
Okay. But I would like to read you, by far, the best sentence of this story.
All right.
Again, 72-year-old Bill Belichick is dating a 24-year-old woman who he met on a flight who is a competitive cheerleader and philosophy major. Are you ready? The quote from the story. We're told Hudson, the woman, an entrepreneur and philosopher, has even begun helping Belichick with his business ventures.
Oh, man.
An entrepreneur and philosopher. A 24-year-old philosopher. Don't you need a little more time in the living game than 24 years to be considered a philosopher? 24-year-old philosopher.
This has got so much jive written all over it.
You know what's funny? Like, she's a philosopher. She might be Plato. She's also young enough to still play with Plato.
Yes.
Why does this...
Like, Belichick and Brady should not be dating the same aged people.
No, I think Brady's going younger than that.
Younger than 24. I thought he was around that same line.
Yeah, you're right.
But I get that. Like, I can wrap my head around that. And even still, that's like a stretch because his kids are getting up there.
Yeah.
This just blows my mind. I just don't get I don't get finding any charm in Bill Belichick.
Imagine what Bill Belichick's old man hand would feel like on your bare skin. It would be like getting felt up by a turtle.
Same speed, too.
How about his tongue? Like you have put Bill Belichick's tongue in your mouth, not on a bar bet, not because you're on Survivor, and that was the challenge that week. Because I would think if you were on Survivor and out of the jungle came Bill Belichick, and you had to openly kiss Bill Belichick to win the $1 million, 4 people would faint in line.
Like, to your point, why does this relationship feel more gross than the other
I think
age
it's him.
gap? Is it him?
It's got to be him. To Kimmy's point, this is just like the. You have to put him in that category of old men that are just so gruff and unlikable.
Yeah.
Even if you can't get around it. Like there's just certain guys that just put that aura out. And he's one of them.
There's no like charisma there, and we don't know what he's like behind closed doors. But like from everything we've seen over the last however many decades, I don't see the draw. I don't see any like redeeming qualities.
Right. Especially for that young. A young girl that's got her whole life ahead of her. She's beautiful.
But here's
She's
the thing,
smart.
Man. She's only going to put in like 7 to 10 years here.
But those are some
maybe that's
tough
the end game.
10 years, man.
Look, man. I don't know. I mean, if you end up getting a third of the Belichick, whatever, because he's worth a fortune. That dude is worth, and he was the highest paid coach since his entire time in New England, right? All of the merchandising stuff. Like, God, you get a third of his castle for 10 years of hard labor.
But it's hard labor. Like that's
no, it's not hard anymore. Actually, he needs a pill for that.
That's harder labor than what they're doing in North Korea right now. Because they probably get a break every day. Maybe they get some crackers and some murky water at the end of the day.
Oh, he's got some murky water for you, buddy.
But you're going to have to choke on him, man. Like you're going to taste his skin tags. And those are the ones on his shaft.
She isn't even old enough really to, I'm guessing, have memories of like the Patriots' golden years.
No,
like,
she would have been born after the Patriots' first Super Bowl with Belichick.
Right, that's like it's not like
99.
Something that I don't know. I just don't get it.
If she's 24,
she never.
Yeah.
This is pre.
No. She would have been 1 year old.
How old would she have been when Bledsoe was still quarterback?
She wouldn't have been alive when Bledsoe took him to the Super Bowl. But that wasn't. Yeah,
So Bledsoe leaving.
She would have been
Brady coming in when she
would have been
born
1 year old. Yeah.
Oh my God.
Because it was 2001. It was after the 9/11 attacks.
Yeah.
Like the amount of things he would have to explain to her about his own career.
I don't think that he had. I mean, she's not listening.
Yeah.
Obviously. And by the way, that's the best part of what you're going to have to do as Bill Belichick's girlfriend.
It's just hard to imagine. Like, so you got a room, you got Bill Belichick, Tom Brady, and Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
and this is the creepiest of the three creeps. Yeah.
No, but Robert
This
Kraft.
is the Mount Rushmore of creepy guys.
Yeah.
And he went all in.
But even Robert Kraft, I mean, past the whole, again, we're talking about Bill Belichick. I'm sounding like Belichick. We're talking about Bill Belichick. 72 years old, new girlfriend, 24, a competitive cheerleader and philosophy major from some school. They met on a plane 3 years ago when she was 21, and they became friends because lots of 69-year-old dudes have 21-year-old female friends. But Robert Kraft, even before the whole massage parlor incident.
Taking his Bentley to the rub-out joint?
You got it. Even before that, he was also dating, I think, a woman in his 20s that wanted to be a movie star, and he, like, went and was going to be in a movie with her, like a comedy movie to give her. The screen test exists online. It's very embarrassing. I mean, it is amazing. These guys are rich, powerful, like Bill Belichick.
They're smart men.
Yeah, except when it comes to women.
Yes.
Imagine being a 72-year-old man and having to hang around her friends.
Oh, God.
Do you think Bill Belichick has to hang around her friends?
But it's going to
I mean, I would think like she would want to bring her friends around all this rich people stuff, unless she's also rich.
No, you're not doing that. We're on.
Because think all the guys are. If she's got buddies from college, they're all dying to meet this guy.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to meet your buddies. You're going to give me an HJ, and then we're going to go down. Then we're on a dinner. Then we're on it tomorrow for another HJ. We're going to get on the plane, and we're going to do stuff on the plane because nobody's going to be. It's a private plane, and then we're going to be on a Karuga.
What do you think her dad or parents think?
That's a great question because it is like your daughter has access
She's going to be living a glamorous life.
And, I mean, if your family's a football fan, like, you know, I mean, if she brought home someone that was currently playing in the NFL, that's exciting, right?
Yeah.
Like, they're in a relationship. You get to the access you would get to things. But
he's
now
not
it's
even a coach anymore.
But I mean, he still is one of the most powerful people in football. I mean,
he's a household name.
But he's also older than you and banging your daughter.
What if he knocks her up? Think about that.
It's 72.
It could happen.
I mean, I guess it could. Why would you want that?
I mean, it'll take a while.
Okay, so
you thought the OJ chase was slow.
I'm more fascinated by this girl because like I googled her and like some of her description. This is part of her description.
Okay.
From pictures she's posted on Instagram, Hudson enjoys the outdoors and has a particular fondness for birds, having owned one she called Mango. She's a bird person.
It's all starting to line up.
Yeah.
Here.
Maybe she got pecked in the head.
Maybe
But,
she could.
but-
That was when she had Belichick.
But if she enjoys the outdoors, that doesn't seem like a Belichick activity.
No, he seems like an outdoorsy guy. I'm going to put on a hoodie, you're going to walk through the woods. Then we're on to Washington. John writes, you were talking about how slow it would be to knock her up. That's a great joke. John writes us a DM on Twitter. Belichick's sperm was checked under the microscope. It doesn't have flagella. It's got walkers.
Oh.
Come on.
So we're going to see them out and about.
They already have been. Yeah, she was his date to the Tom Brady event last week. Yeah, so I mean, I don't know how often you're going to see Bill Belichick at VIP events, but if you do, as long as they're still together, she'll be on his arm.
Okay. You know, you're going to see him on the beach somewhere.
Yep, no shirt, because he doesn't care.
A shirtless blob of a human being and this smoke show.
Good for her, I guess. Good for him. Good for everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody
enjoy the
wins.
ride. Life is short.
Life could be shorter depending on how the temperature goes this week.
You got to be careful.
You have plans. You do. You do have to be careful.
You got to prepare, Patrick.
Well, you sit here and you're like, that's what I want. When you know that you won't even be allowed to step foot outside without your wife's permission. And for all of you folks, with what we got coming up, no big deal. Every single person in the greater Rochester area, because of this heat, will be changing something.
Oh.
And we'll get to it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You step outside this week and you feel that miserable heat, there are two people you can blame.
Who's that?
They asked for this, and they got it. A heat so extreme, so stifling,
Oh, so much.
so over the top, that things will be different all week long. And you now have to be conscious of not only yourself, but other people in your life.
Oh, your loved ones.
You're hanging out in the break room. It's just Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 7 o'clock, the school year is coming to an end, and almost nobody is thinking about what's going on with the kids next year.
Oh, why would you?
Well, because there is a certain segment of the population whose kids aren't yet in school.
Oh, the little one.
Yeah. And they need to make sure that they get childcare. The good news, there are several school districts, in fact, most of them, that offer universal free pre-K.
So what's the problem?
Well, we'll tell you. Just after 7 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. Get ready for hell.
In it every day.
Today through Thursday, if you can hear our voices, you will be under a heat advisory. That's because we're looking at highs of 90 or above all 4 days over the next 4 days.
And I guess the heat index is going to be like close to 100.
Yeah.
100 degrees.
4 straight days. And by the way, you're not getting like that 50-degree cool-off overnight either. You're looking between 65 and 70 even in the
Like
darkness.
Miami.
Wow, this is so great. You two finally happy? You happy?
Yeah.
My ass.
You sweaty ass.
Yeah, no kid. You're sweaty ass too.
By the way, no undies. I'm going trellis.
Why would you tell me that?
Nobody needed to know
Why
that.
would
No,
tell
you
me
got to
that?
make the adjustments.
Why? But wouldn't
What?
you would need underwear on a sweaty day?
I don't sweat like that.
So then why did you
I
go?
like a little more comfort, a little more breathable,
Okay.
You're not
So-
wearing underwear right now?
Yeah, I'm totally European right now.
Bro, we have an air-conditioned studio.
Yeah.
It's very
Why
comfortable.
did you make the change for work?
Yeah, you're outside for like 2 seconds.
No, but it's nice even in here,
Why would you tell us that? Where's HR? Can we write an email to HR?
You can't see
Well, you
anything.
just announced to
Well, now
everybody.
Pat's going to be looking.
Pat's going to be
No,
looking.
he's right. Smooth panty lines. Nothing there.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
By the way, the camera's in the worst possible position.
To some, maybe others, not so bad.
Brought to you by 3 Heads who, got an email. They're done.
Yeah.
So there's no way that either of you, because I know that you guys, every time it's cold, you talk about, I want the heat and this,
No,
that,
but
and the
I'll
other thing.
make the adjustments when I'm outside.
Okay, so what are the adjustments?
Yeah, I don't sit in a blazing sun all day,
What do you do?
but I'll be outside.
No, you won't. You don't have a
no.
choice on how long you'll be outside.
No, I mean, I'm not exerting myself,
Oh,
Pop
but
that's not what I mean. That's
umbrella.
not what I mean.
umbrella, cocktail, cigar,
Mm-hmm.
iced coffee.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You, this week, because it is so hot, will be at the mercy of when your wife tells you you're allowed to be outside.
Oh, man.
Am I wrong? Tell me I'm wrong. Look me in the face and
When
tell
Daddy
me.
wants to go out, Daddy's going out.
When is Daddy coming over and is he going to help you go outside? Because I don't know who Daddy is. Look me in the face and tell me I'm wrong. Your wife,
She'll have her opinion
and you will follow said opinion.
to a point.
Okay.
Unless she runs to Marshall's, and then I'm a free man for 45 minutes.
Kimmy,
Yeah.
you're telling me you're looking forward to this heat.
I wouldn't say I'm looking forward to it, but I don't mind it. You know what I mean? Like I'll deal with it. I'd rather have it be 90 than negative 10.
No way.
Yeah.
No way. I'll take negative 10 over 90.
How about
No.
sunshine?
Yeah.
No, shut
The
up.
dreary, the cold.
Dreary. Sorry, you were saying.
It's just not natural to be that cold.
No, this is
Yeah.
not natural.
This is
90
natural.
is not natural.
No, I'm a mammal. I want to be.
Yeah,
heat.
no, it's so natural that we're under extreme heat advisory.
Like-
For the old folk and the young folk.
Oh, hello, young spry. They're talking to you.
I know they
They're
are.
talking to
Barely,
you,
man.
old ass, yo
I'm not-
non-panty wearing ass. You were saying, I'm sorry.
No, but I'm close to it.
Yeah. You're
Right.
gonna die. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. Both of your lying asses saying that you're excited or don't mind the 90 degree. What are you doing outside, Kimmy? Over the next 4 days.
Water in the plants.
So that's the other thing I hate about people like you two.
What?
You two, you're like, oh, I love the heat. Oh, heat's here. I'm going inside. Like, you don't even do anything outside. Sucks.
Oh, do the stuff I got to do outside.
Yeah.
And then go inside.
Little yard work.
Okay, but
I
if
don't mind like
trimming.
sitting in the shade when it's 90
Yeah.
degrees. I'll
Put a little
find
music
a nice
on
little spot.
outside. It's nice.
Yeah.
Like, people live in the South. They deal with this, for 6 months out of the year.
And they don't go outside.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. And you know that's the case from like
The fat
June
ones don't go outside.
until September. Nobody leaves their house. And by the way, if I wanted that, I would move down there. I don't want that. That's why I live here. Sucks.
By the way, get used to it. They say it's going to get worse.
Yeah, I don't want that. I don't want that.
I want the same weather like Georgia has.
Okay, so go to Georgia.
No, it's coming this way. I don't have to.
252 WCMF. Again, over the next 4 days, Rochester will be under a heat index advisory. You're looking at a straight up temperature of over 90 degrees for a high every day. And you said the
Blistering.
heat index will be near 100 degrees. It is so hot.
How hot is it?
It is changing legitimate schedules. For example, City School District announced over the weekend that starting tomorrow, they will have early dismissal for all students grades
sweet.
kindergarten through 8.
You're welcome.
11:30.
Global warming. You're getting out early.
That would have been awesome as a kid, especially this time of year. We're not doing anything anyways.
Yeah, F the earth. I want out of here.
Hey, these kids have to go sit on city buses to get home in 90-degree heat.
You can't crack a window. They're doing 55. It's a nice breeze.
Doing 55 in the middle of the city? That bus has been arrested. So it is weird. We were talking last week. Remember, there's that bill that just passed in the state of New York about canceling school when it hits a certain...
Oh, the heat index.
You got it, yeah, when it hits a certain
And
temperature.
then it showed up.
It did. But I mean, it's not official yet.
Yeah. Right.
But it is interesting, Kimmy. They didn't cancel school entirely. They're letting them out at
Yeah, they're
11:30.
getting in the morning hours,
Hell
I guess.
yeah.
And then
It's not that bad in the morning. I mean, most of this heat's going to be like late afternoon.
Which is why they're letting them out
Yeah,
then.
that's fine.
Right? But here's the thing, man. Like, everybody listening, because we're already getting Facebook messages calling me a bitch. Fine, call me a bitch all you want. I'm looking out for you people.
Man, you fire up your grill in the evening.
You're going to stand over a grill.
Actually, you don't even have to turn it on. Just throw the
Yeah.
lid open, throw it out there. Let nature do it for you.
might be a little hot for the grill. Maybe a little too
What
hot for that.
happened?
No, I'll grill in the evening.
No, I just know my husband won't grill. in
Yeah,
this
because
kind of
he's
heat.
also a normal human being. I know your husband doesn't like this weather either.
Well, he's a
No.
big sweaty boy.
No, he's a normal man.
No, I can tell when he's getting uncomfortable because he just stops talking. It's like he just shuts down.
Yeah, that's what happens
I
to
think I call that a heat stroke.
And look, I don't care how tough you think you are. This heat changes everyone's day. Today through Thursday, every single person in the greater Rochester area will be doing something different. Most likely a lot of things different because of the heat. And how about all those men and women that are working outside doing construction projects? You're
That's
cheering
brutal.
for 90-degree weather.
That's
Look at you.
brutal.
That's brutal. I feel bad for you. Come on, man. You can be great. I want it to be like Southern Georgia.
But they
F
work.
you, construction.
But they work.
What do you? Not by
They
choice.
get up on the roof.
Not by choice.
Yeah, but they seem to be all right.
What an arrogant East Side dick.
What?
Whoa, you seem to be doing good. Hey, good job. Yeah, working hard out there. Good for you.
Thumbs
Good for
up,
you.
guys.
Yes. How many people in the greater Rochester area do you think don't have air conditioning?
I mean, the county?
Yeah. Do you think it's close to 40%?
Yeah, probably.
If that's the case, that's horrifying this week.
But there's fans. There's cool spots all over the city. Or you
What
know,
are those called?
cool spots.
Cool spot? What's a cool spot?
I don't know. It's a place where you go and you cool off, like the library.
Yeah?
And where's the places where the kids run around with the water that shoots out of the ground?
Splash pad.
Yeah, go to one of them. They're all over the city.
Grown-ass person going to a splash pad.
Well, you know. Oh, by the way, go to the lake.
What do you mean? You just said don't go in the lake. Last week you said you don't.
Go,
You would never
go
stick your
in the
foot in the lake.
lake. Not for me, but you go in the lake.
All right, let me ask you a
We
question.
got a pool and a pond. Pond's good
Pond's
for you.
good for you. I mean, even if you have one of those, like, window shakers, that electric bill can get up there. Mike Muley once said that running a ceiling fan costs 25 cents an hour.
Yes.
Man,
and that's back in the day.
I mean, I am curious these days. Because if you have air conditioning, I think you have this blind spot. You assume everybody has air conditioning. And when you don't have air conditioning, your life sucks.
It does. It get a little stifling.
And I'm basing that maybe fewer people have air conditioning than we think on the fact that the house I live in now is the first home I ever had in my life, place I lived, that had air conditioning.
Wait, you've never had air
I
conditioning?
mean, most of the places I rented, we just had the window units.
Yeah.
Like, we didn't have AC in a lot of those, especially like the older houses turned
Yeah.
into apartments. Most of those don't have AC.
Yeah, house I grew up at didn't have it. Apartment
Well,
didn't have
you
it.
didn't have a lot of things in that house. You didn't have AC. You didn't have hope.
Let me ask you a question, smart guy.
Go ahead.
Because you begged for 90 degrees.
Yeah, I'm
this
fine
is
with
good
it.
for everybody. It's awesome. I ain't gonna. No, Tommy's not wearing his Tommy panties.
I'm working on my tan.
Would you let a friend with no AC come spend the afternoons and evening with you?
No, we're not a registered cool space.
What do you? No. What happened?
You'd have
What
to call the
happened?
county
What
for that
happened?
information.
What happened? Let's say I didn't have air conditioning. Me, my wife, and the
Yeah, of
kids.
course I would.
You let us come over?
Yes.
So you make it
The
as
whole
dinner?
fam.
Yeah, what?
Well, we're going to be over for like around dinner time. You're not going to offer to make us dinner?
I'll make
Especially
you dinner.
with your new grill.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, you don't eat, though, so it's no big deal.
I eat more than you bitch
I'll
ass.
make you a little salad. By the way, you should be out training in this weather. You're training all the time.
I'm not going outside in this weather.
Boxers, they do all that road work in the heat.
Not in the heat, they don't.
Marvin
You
Hagler
don't?
used to run in combat boots up and down sand dunes in Massachusetts.
Yeah, Massachusetts, it don't get that hot in Massachusetts.
It does in the summertime.
Kimmy doesn't know who Marvelous Marvin Hagler is.
You don't know Marvin Hagler?
No.
Great boxer.
It's like training in a sauna.
Yeah, totally safe. Yeah. You know that thing they tell you don't sit in for more than 10 minutes?
You got your bike. Take it. It's been a
Ooh,
great day.
bike
Take a
ride,
bike
yeah.
ride.
No,
You get
not
the
the
water bottle.
breeze.
No, not
Oh, for
night.
God's sakes!
Do not
These little skinny French guys drinking wine up the Alps,
Do not-
and then
yeah.
they're going like 100 miles an hour with skinned up knees.
And they all needed steroids to do it. Do not go work out today. Do not work out outside. Do not encourage anybody to work out outside. That is wildly dangerous. Do not do it.
It's not wildly dangerous if you take the proper precautions.
What? Please tell me the precautions.
First, you gotta hydrate.
Yeah?
After that, I'm not so sure. Take lots of breaks.
Take lots of breaks?
Lots of breaks.
Is that a Jewish bagel
Oh, good.
of
Keep
breaks?
mocking me.
Lots of breaks?
Yeah.
252 WCMF with the heat index over 100 degrees over the next 4 days. Regular temperature at 90. You need to be careful. City school districts are so worried about it. City school district, they're letting their K through 8th graders out at 11:30 every day starting tomorrow. All right, going back to this whole AC person, because if you do not have AC, this week is going to be miserable when you get home.
Yeah.
Would you let me and my family spend the night at your house?
Yes. Upstairs.
What's that mean?
Well, we had the downstairs bedroom, so you take upstairs.
Well, no, I mean, Kimmy, the class thing to do would be like, hey, you have the bigger family. Why don't you take the bigger
I'd
bed?
take it.
No,
night.
that'd be weird.
Why
Would
would
you
you?
want to sleep in
I
his?
slept in his bed all the time when I was house
Yeah,
sitting.
but
See, I would-
back
I
in the
did.
day.
I did more than sleep in that bed.
I would
Yeah, but now
feel
you got
funny.
standards. No, I would. Yeah, you
Yeah.
can come over. Of course, I'd let you come over.
You're so full of crap. So like Tuesday night, when I come over Tuesday night, I go, all right, see you tomorrow. Thank you. You wouldn't say anything? No. All right, then after that,
My
all right.
wife would love it. Me, not so much.
Kimmy, are you prepared to have friends and family over in your air-conditioned house?
Sure.
You guys
Well, they've
are
never
so-
been over before, so they need directions. Have you ever had anybody stay in that house since you moved
Yeah,
in?
we have. My husband and I have had friends come into
Oh, yeah.
town. They stayed with us.
So you've had people spend the night in your home.
Yeah.
And Tommy and I have
Your
never even seen a
cold
picture
home.
of it.
Yep.
That's so.
And it's
you-
gonna stay that way.
Why?
Just kidding. I don't
No,
know.
she's not. because
No,
you
you're
haven't
not
shown us
kidding,
anything.
man.
No, I mean that we don't have like a ton of space to like entertain, so it's not like we throw like parties
You
or
got
anything.
room. You got a whole backyard
Yeah, you want to come sit in my 90-degree backyard? No shade.
with the Blackstone going, man.
Man.
Put on a little Cool in the Gang.
252 WCMF. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. Rick says, Duffy's right. All of you people that say you like hot weather, no one will be outside doing anything this week. I will take 20 degrees over 90 degrees every single day.
No, you'll see. I mean, you'll see people doing those morning workouts and stuff.
Yeah, it does
Ton of
always,
running in the morning.
it does always surprise me. Sometimes like when I'm on my way home from work during those hot days and I see people out running and I'm like, how are you doing that right like at the
Yeah.
peak of
They're
the
out
day?
now, man.
No, it's stupid. You're
So all
stupid.
down like Monroe Avenue and stuff, you'll see people running in the morning.
Okay.
Walking
I
their
get the
dogs.
morning. The middle of the afternoon
That's a
blows
tough
my
one.
mind.
All right. Well, look, there's a lot of things you got to worry about this week.
What else?
Well, you got the heat. You got to look out for that.
Or what else is coming?
Well, there are some people waiting to hear if they're going to save tens of thousands of dollars.
How they saving that?
Well, how they save it that? Well, they go to Italy. How they save it that? We've talked at length, and this is something you were unaware of. You made fun of this until you started hearing for real from your stepkids about how much daycare costs.
Oh, it's insane.
And you get to a point where your kid hits an age where they are now handed something for free from the town that you live in. And it's wonderful. It's wonderful,
Take
Tommy.
it.
It can save you a fortune if the numbers work in your favor. Because there is a lottery that will be going down in a whole bunch of towns.
Wait, so not everybody gets
Oh,
in?
man.
Oh, buddy boy buckaroo. We'll get to it next here in the Break Room on 96.5 WCMF. The moment you stop paying for daycare as a parent is a moment you will never forget. It's legit like getting a 30, 40% raise.
It's like you got to buy a new car every year.
Yeah, essentially. And that point has parents across the greater Rochester area freaking out right now.
So this is good, though.
Well, look, there are a lot of people who are going to get out of spending some or all of that cash if their kid has a spot.
Yeah.
The problem, most places in the greater Rochester area don't have enough spots.
So sold out.
Oh, yeah. You're hanging out.
Oh, sorry.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:30 this morning. If you can hear our voices, you should be happy.
Oh.
Very happy.
Did they change the channel?
No. What I'm saying is, if you are in the greater Rochester area, according to what we have in front of us, you are one of not only the happiest people in America,
Really?
you're one of the happiest people in the world.
So Rochester is a happy place.
We'll get to it just after
happy.
7:30 here in the break room on CMF. Tommy, are you familiar with universal pre-K?
I've heard of it. I don't know what it means.
Okay, it's free pre-kindergarten classes that over the last 15 years have become standard in school districts across the greater Rochester area. And the idea is if you live in the town, whatever town it is, your kid gets to go for free.
So it's basically go to school.
Yes. Well, but it's school, but it's not school.
Right.
It's like daycare trumped up.
So it's basically like a half a day they take your kid off your hands?
It can be half a day. Some have full day universal pre-K. It just depends on what
day.
town you live in. And it is a massive help to parents that are paying for daycare right now. Because, Tommy, when you learn for the first time what daycare costs, the average daycare in America was, you were...
I crap myself. I go, that can't be right. Like, can't somebody make like a half-ass one?
Half-ass daycare?
I tell you what, I bet you if I opened up half-ass daycare, I'd have people going, good enough.
Yeah, you're right. And kids would get hurt, and that's why you can't have half-ass daycare.
We return almost 70% of the children that night.
All right, right now, in Rochester, if you can find daycare.
Like a regular, like...
Anything, yeah.
Privately owned
any type
daycare.
of
Standard
childcare,
daycare, yes,
yeah.
something you have to pay for. You are looking at between $12,000 and $20,000 a year per kid.
God damn.
Let me say that again.
I hear you.
And the phone number is 252-WCMF. Yeah, and then there are parents that pay more for like the
higher
end ones.
They got golf courses and stuff.
The average cost of child care in Rochester is between $12,000 and $20,000 per year. So this
kid.
Yes, per kid. So universal pre-K is free. This takes all of that off the equation.
What a gift.
There's a problem.
What's the problem?
The word universal may not be the right way to describe universal pre-K because it turns out communities across the greater Rochester area don't have enough space for all the kids who want to go to this pre-K.
But I thought do they do this at the school or are these where are these buildings?
These are school districts. Now I don't think it's in the actual school. There are buildings around the town that they use to,
They should use some of these Kodak and Xerox buildings.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to talk to Kimmy now.
Load them in there.
Kimmy, East Irondequoit last year had space for 108 kids.
Okay.
that doesn't
Yeah,
sound
I
like
mean, that's
much.
got to be a small percentage.
They had 134 applicants. So they got most
okay.
of them.
I
That's
thought
not bad.
there'd be way more,
Like
in all
thousands.
honesty.
There's
Yeah.
still 26 kids,
Yeah.
26 parents that had to pay for daycare. Penfield can only take 90 kids with more demand than space.
Hold on. Penfield's got it,
Penfield
man.
ain't got it, man. Oh,
They
by the way,
got it, man. Y'all bragging all the time.
it's not just Penfield's not the only East Side town. Fairport as well.
Fairport
as well.
Jesus Christ, they're rich.
Hey, man,
You got 17 breweries in that town, man. You're out every night partying.
But you need people to. you
Dancing in
need
the
qualified
streets.
people to take those jobs and
Car
have the time to do
shows.
that.
Everybody walking around with a goddamn hot dog.
You start subsidizing porches, you run out of money for
I
universal
forgot about
pre-K.
that.
All right, so because of what's happening here,
Yeah.
because of the higher amount of applicants than there are spots, districts like Penfield, Fairport, and Gates Chilai have to hold lotteries to see which kids get universal pre-K. A literal lottery to see if you will be out from under the daycare bill that has been strangling you for the last 3 to 4 years. You want to talk about pressure?
Yeah, that would be tough.
You know, balling.
That's like the draft
Right.
like back in 67.
That's what I mean, man. Well, okay, let's not go that far.
No, but it'd be like you're like waiting around to find out, right?
It's not bored on the 4th of July. It's making parents insane.
Yeah.
So there are parents that are obviously pissed there aren't enough spots. They want something to be done about that. Some parents have suggested a merit-based system.
Well, how's
How
that
would
work?
you do that?
A way to
like
judge
some
kids.
deserve it more than others.
Exactly. So the argument is there should be a way to judge kids, a bunch of different things, how smart they are, how much money the household makes, to determine who deserves the spots more than others. How do you judge, Kimmy, how smart a 4-year-old is?
That's a great question.
Oh, wait, you had to pull them aside and question them?
So there are higher-end daycares where your kid has to sit through an interview and take a test. Yes. Like I'm not.
If you could get a kid to sit for 5 minutes, they should pass it.
Maybe that's a test. No, but there are parents that they get very nervous because their kids, they want them to go to these high-end preschools and daycares. Yes, and they have to go sit through an interview for these. It's ridiculous. It costs a fortune. And there are parents these places will look at some of these parents and go, I'm sorry, your kid's not our daycare material.
So I do know there's certain, and I don't know if they're legal, that people do home daycare. Like they run a daycare out of their house.
Yeah, you can get a license to do that.
But I mean, that's not cheap either, though. I mean, and that could also be hard to come by right now. I don't know what parents of young kids, if they're struggling to find just any daycare or any babysitter to come watch their kid.
How does somebody not build these places and make it affordable?
I don't think it's,
they've been closing, I think.
So
a Dollar General style situation.
Have you ever shopped at a Dollar General? I don't think you would want to model any business plan, especially one involving the safety of children, off a Dollar General.
Yeah, but it'd be good enough.
Yeah, but wouldn't you wonder, what the employees a Dollar General daycare is going to bring in to watch your kid?
You just keep an eye on them and, nap.
So keep an eye on them. I wouldn't mind nap food.
Yes.
Look, there's a couple of issues that play into how expensive this thing is. Again, 252 WCMF, we're talking about the universal pre-K lotteries that are going down in towns across the greater Rochester area. Towns like Penfield, Gates Chi-Li, Fairport are having to have lotteries to see which kids get free daycare, universal pre-K daycare, and which kids do not and have to continue to pay the average of $12,000 to $20,000 per kid per year for daycare. The cost of insurance to run a daycare is insane.
Yeah.
Kimmy's right.
Well, it's a business. Yeah.
They have a really hard time finding qualified people to work in these daycares. Those are, so you have to keep paying them more.
Yeah.
And you can only have them in certain places, which makes it more expensive because some of these places that own these buildings know what these places charge, what they can get out. I mean, it's this vicious cycle of just more money and more money and more money and more money, to the point where, like Kimmy said, some of them are closing because even with as expensive as it is, they're not making money.
Okay.
It's not a profitable business.
So everybody's getting squeezed.
It's what it sounds like, unless I'm wrong. 252 WCMF, 252-9263. I mean, there has to be a better way here. At least
but every idea you shoot down.
Well, yeah, you can't.
It's not safe enough. Now they got to be qualified. Now I got to know how to read.
Kimmy, when it comes to the universal pre-K, it is surprising that districts are capping how many kids they can take.
Yeah, because I would think if it's through the school system, you'd have to figure out a way to take everybody
because you kind of
that wants to go. I don't know. I would think with a public school system, that's how it would have to be.
You wouldn't hear of a kid you can't go to kindergarten, not enough space.
Right.
But because pre-K, they're not really teaching them; they're just keeping an eye on them, right? It's activities, but
I think that there are. I don't know.
There's not a curriculum.
His email is TommyMule@WCMF.com.
No, but you're not there's not a lesson plan. It's just
no, there are lessons.
They're probably doing developmental stuff.
Sing-along crap. I mean,
that's still work. That's still keeping kids entertained and showing them how to do things.
I mean, you can't have a room with a Disney movies and little toys on the floor, and that's your daycare.
I don't. Well, but again,
I think it's too. They overthink that.
Okay.
It's mostly keeping the children safe and occupied with something till mommy and daddy get home. It's babysitting.
No, but yes, but
that's
no.
not easy.
It's easy, but I mean, how qualified you gotta be?
There are people that argue that kids
I couldn't do it.
Yeah, bro.
You could do it.
Bro, you never entertained.
Look at you.
Think about it.
You keep
all
him
day,
and me in line
entertaining
every day, you
a
could do
child, entertaining not only just one child, but a group of children all day,
You let 'em
keeping
make
them
a mess.
occupied without having somebody hurt themselves or having conflict between kids.
You're an idiot. You're the dumbest man I've ever met. If you think you could walk into a room of 10, 3,
you think you just
4-year-olds.
put on a TV and they're going to sit there quietly? Never.
I don't think you need college to watch a kid.
There are people.
Do you ever try to put a kid down for a nap? Now try to put down like
put this show
20
on.
kids at the same time.
Everybody's out in 5 minutes.
There are people that make the argument, the legitimate argument, that kids that don't go to universal pre-K are at a serious disadvantage to the kids that compared to the kids that do.
So they are teaching them stuff?
I just told you yes. Well, I mean, teaching is a broad term. What is
socializing,
Yeah.
communicating with each other, building a community
teaching? Shut up.
that we could all be proud of.
Shut
a
up.
shiny village on a hill.
Kimmy doesn't get that reference. What I'm getting at here
Right.
is you'd think that there would be a budget that they could pass in these towns where every kid has a chance to go. Because wouldn't folks who live in Penfield, Fairport, Gates, Chili,
It's worth it.
That's what I mean. Like
Even if your taxes go up a little bit, if you're saving all that money on daycare, yeah, it's definitely worth it.
Not only that, but it's also going to bring people into your town. Like if I have a choice between buying a home as a parent,
that's a
young
good one.
parent, right, in a town that has universal pre-K or doesn't, if I'm saving, over 2 years, $40,000, that's just chop. I mean,
Yeah.
hell,
Yeah.
I'll take it off the price of the house. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm willing to spend more to get this free stuff. Like it seems very short-sighted that there hasn't been a way to figure this out. And it does help the entire community.
Well, it helps the village, Pat. Yeah, a busted town that's trying to get people to move there, they should definitely do this.
Free daycare?
Yeah, you were saying it would work.
No, I mean I'm thinking it would. I mean if you went free daycare into free universal pre-K throughout the entire community,
Right.
you would have young parents moving there in a
It
flash.
would definitely be a benefit for sure.
I don't
Or-
care what else you
yeah.
have to offer. I do not care anything else. You give me that free daycare, I will be there.
So if you got a rough ass town, pull a move.
Rough ass town.
Yeah, a busted town.
Give me an example.
I don't
Give
know.
you an example.
Give me an example.
Gates.
Shut up.
I don't know if any town's struggling to bring in people right now, though.
Yeah, it's a good
I mean,
point.
you're wedged between an industrial park and the airport.
That industrial park is really nice.
Did you just
They
say
all
that out
are,
loud?
aren't
it
they?
is.
I like trucking and
No, I mean,
airports
like, if you-
and a rail yard full of cattle's asses. Yeah, man.
No, man.
Cattle's
I mean,
ass.
if we're gonna compare that industrial park to all the other industrial parks in the greater
It's
Rochester,
a
Yeah,
nice
it's a show.
industrial
it
park.
is the shiniest,
Well, it's
nicest.
open.
Yeah.
It's not all rusted and falling apart.
So we're getting word from several people that schools are required to use a teacher and a teacher's assistant during
See, this
universal
is where
pre-K.
they
Okay.
and this is where they start driving up the cost of stuff. A teacher. That means that person had to go to college. You said a master's
Yeah.
degree
Well, I don't know if
to
you would-
run romper room.
Could you Google if you need a master's degree to do universal pre-K?
I mean, it's like when you go to like these daycares for dogs, right? Where they have all the dogs in there and they play with them. They take them for a walk and they make sure they bathe them. Same thing. I don't think those people have college.
Did you just compare universal pre-K to dog daycare?
It's pretty close, bro. It's almost the same smell when you walk in. It's just as loud.
We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF or the Break Room Facebook page. This comes in from, nope, he asked me not to use his name. Excuse me.
Ooh.
He says a few years ago, we got universal pre-K. The kids down the road didn't.
Ooh.
It has affected our relationship to this day.
Oh, wow.
Not your fault, though.
Yeah, but
Right.
still, right?
Yeah.
Like, I also, this guy could also be a dick that's like, oh, yeah, we got it. You get it. Oh, it sucks for
Yes.
you. Really hard.
Our kids are really enjoying it. You do not need a master's degree
Okay, so
for
there you go.
early childhood education.
Just an easy $80,000 4-year degree.
That's all.
Just your bachelor's.
Teach universal pre-K. Yikes, man. All right, so good luck, everybody.
Yeah.
I mean, it's like real life Hunger Games.
Yes.
Legit. When it comes to
Like,
how much.
I can't imagine what people are trying to do to get, to gain some sort of advantage, even though I'm sure it doesn't work.
Game the system to
Yeah.
get your kid free universal pre-K.
So you're the smart one, not having kids.
You didn't either.
No, but I mean, like if you stay with your old man, you never make a kid. You're gonna be rich.
No, I mean he's not
Yeah,
wrong.
totally.
Like, here, you can Google it. They've done a study. Will you Google what raising a child costs in America?
It's gotta
you
be a
wanna
mill.
know.
It's I think it was over $1 million.
Per kid.
Yes, maybe not. That sounds.
So
like
you
a
can
lot.
retire. You two should be retired by the time you're my age. You should be fat and rich.
Well, yeah. I mean
well,
they're dinks. Double income,
Right.
no kid.
Well, barely even. Crazy with the income.
Income and a half. How do you say that one?
Something like that.
A hink.
So it says The average cost of raising a child in the United States in 2023 is about $15,000 to $17,000 per year.
Per year. All right. So let's say you got
And
that
you're on
kid
the hook for till they're 21.
Yeah, wait, there's no way. That is way low. That is way effing low.
That's what's this?
That's $300,000.
There's still a lot of money.
I understand it's more than $300,000. There's no way it's that low.
Yeah, because you're not taking in all the side stuff.
Like what?
That's probably base raising kid.
Base kid.
But,
this is a 2024 base kid. You don't get the automatic seats.
Right.
You don't get the automatic windows.
Right.
No
This
free oil
is-
changes.
Yeah, this is stripped down. Because think of what if your kid does sports,
Yeah.
any sport.
Yeah.
There's
Any
no way.
activity, really, at this point.
And I mean, look, with the majority of kids that are in decent situations, what kid isn't doing an activity like that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it exists everywhere. All right. If you're in a spot for that universal pre-K, that lottery, good luck.
Yeah.
God bless.
We're pulling for you.
Yes, we are. All right. But you should be happy.
I'm happy.
No, not you as like a person, and not Kimmy as a person. I'm saying everybody listening right now should be happy.
The whole community.
Well, yeah, because when it comes to happy places, Shock Face, not only are we one of the tops in America, we're one of the tops in the world.
Why? Do they say why?
They kind of do.
No.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. You know. Tommy,
Yeah, buddy.
do you feel happy?
Oh, I feel happy.
Kimmy, how about you?
I think so.
You're never happy, man.
Wait, if someone's never happy in this room, you are the not happy.
Uh,
Well, look, if you should, everyone that can hear our voices right now should feel happy. Not for what they have or what they are or what they could be. You should be happy because you live in Rochester, New York.
okay.
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 7:45 this morning. Any of you guys watch the U.S. Open yesterday?
I did. I watched the end of it.
Yep. Saw the important parts.
Yep.
There is a man who Kimmy is arguing may have had the worst month of anybody.
Been tough.
Yep, and we'll get to it just after 7:45 here in the break room on CMF. Rochester, New York is the 9th happiest city in the United States of America.
And there's some happy places.
No, only 8 happier than Rochester. So this is according to the Institute for Quality of Life out of London, England. Ever heard of it?
Wait, the London.
The London.
London, England.
Big
So-
Ben and everything.
So we have good quality of life.
Yeah, well, not only, Tommy,
Isn't like the city like one of the poorest?
it is, but apparently you don't need money to be happy.
I guess so.
Not only are we top 10 happiest city in America, we are one of the happiest cities in the world. They did like a top 300.
Or
and
we're just really good liars.
Well, why would you lie about that if you weren't happy?
know.
So, and when it comes to the top 10 happiest cities in America, we are an outlier when it comes to size and stuff to do. Because I'll give you the top 10. You ready? Minneapolis, Minnesota was number 1.
Okay.
Boston, Baltimore, D.C., San Francisco, Salt Lake City. Madison, Wisconsin is a smaller city.
It's a nice town, though. I like Madison.
But me too. But I guess that's comparable size-wise and entertainment to
yeah.
Rochester. Pittsburgh, then comes Rochester. So really, Madison and Rochester are the only two like smaller cities that made this top 10 list. Are you guys surprised we are one of the happiest towns in the United States?
Yes.
Why?
Because people bitch about everything around here, between the weather, the taxes, quality of life. Like, we have some bad, like, the city ranks really bad for quality of, like, just sticking around on the planet.
No, I mean, you're not wrong, man.
Food.
Like, you're right. We have
Being
one of the highest child poverty rates in the nation.
So how are we happy?
I don't know.
I kind of always thought, too, just like weather always plays a role in these types of studies, you know? Because, I mean, we always talk about, like, seasonal depression and things like that. I would have thought, like, most cities in this region would not have qualified.
Yeah, but there's always the argument when it comes to weather in Rochester or
I'm not even
Western
talking
New York.
like weather. I'm just talking about, like, dankness, darkness during those cooler months.
And no
like
major entertainment. Really. I mean, we're a minor league town.
Yeah.
We don't have major sports.
Right.
We don't get a lot of major acts that come. You had to travel to see most of those acts.
But it's also super affordable, right?
It is.
I mean, look, you
They
had
don't break you.
You had 40,000 people walk through the gates at Innovative Field this weekend to play baseball, and nobody spent over $20.
Right.
You know what I mean?
That's good,
I
right?
mean that's awesome.
Right.
Right? Do the people around here feel happier you than other places? Like, are we more friendly? Do we smile more? Do we have more laughs than other people? 252-WCMF, 252-9263.
I guess you would have to come from another place, like, new now. Like, this is our normal. Like, you would have to ask an outsider.
There are lots of outsiders that have been here coming in recently. 252-WCMF. Are people in Rochester happier than other places? Because according to the study, we are.
Okay.
And maybe it comes down to how they measure it. Because there were 5 major categories they used. Citizens, things like education system and inclusion. You just brought up the education system in the city of Rochester. It is not good. It is not good. They bring up governance, how involved we are with decision making. Are we more involved in government than other places are?
I don't know.
They say economy and environment. I mean, when it comes to environment, you're right. You have some places where your cancer spikes, right? But you also have a lot of outdoor things for people in Rochester to do in both the winter and the summertime.
Right.
That makes people happy.
Accessibility.
Yeah, accessibility. And I mean,
not a lot of traffic. You're not stuck in traffic all day.
I mean, that might be a sneaky huge thing.
Yeah. You're not wasting your time with things like that.
And you can get everywhere maximum 20 minutes.
But maybe also over the last couple of decades, all the a-holes went south.
Okay.
With the birds.
Yeah.
The birds and the a-holes just split.
But here's the thing. I mean, you said it yourself in the beginning of this discussion, right? Like, for all the people that went south because they hated it here, there were also a bunch of people that still live here, put up on Facebook how much they hate it, and they don't leave for some reason. Right?
Yeah.
Those people
they can't financially.
Well, you can go get a job somewhere else, man. I mean, Like, I do love that argument. Like, as soon as I get enough money, I'm out of here. They got jobs other places, too. And if you can't get one there, well, what does that say about here?
You want to go south and be bossed around by some hillbilly?
That's what you're going to do.
I say get to work, boy.
What do you think's going to happen when you get down there? Boy, you're going to make enough. And that's the other funny thing, too. I've made enough money here to go retire somebody else somewhere else. Doesn't that mean you had it pretty good here?
Yeah, it does.
Right? You made enough money where you can go live another place without having a job?
Okay.
252-WCMF, 252-9263. I believe we are going to break a break room record here. It's a first.
What's that?
Well, again, Rochester is a top 10 happiest city in the United States of America, according to this study done by this group in London. I don't believe we've ever had a Margot on this show. Margot, but now we have a Margot. Hey, Margot, you're on CMF. What's up?
Good morning. Not from Rochester. Grew up in California, transplanted to Texas, moved to New York 30 years ago. Still hate winters. I think the number one reason people are happier here is there is just no traffic.
So the traffic is it for you?
It's it. There's just no. I mean, even except the only thing that's the worst is the construction workers either don't know how to use walkie-talkies or were never trained on traffic.
Man, you became a Rochesterian real quick.
Yeah.
Move the sign around. I've been sitting there for 5 minutes. It says stop. It should say slow.
No, they don't care if there's 50 cars on the end, 100 cars on the other side. They're like, come on, all 4 of you guys, come on.
Margot, you sound happy right now.
Yeah.
You sound happy.
I am happy. Hey, by the way, anytime the sun's shining, and also another reason I think Rochesterians are happier is because they're always waiting for something good. And that optimism is impenetrable.
That's an
18%
interesting take.
Ooh.
Because that could be the case.
All right.
We're optimistic.
You're always waiting for something good. If it's winter, you're waiting for spring. If it's cloudy, you're waiting for sun. And that's always like usually a happy state.
That's a real
Looking forward
Wow.
to something.
All right, Margot, I'm going to hang up and we're going to debate your brilliant accidental take you just had. That was really good. I appreciate that.
Goodbye.
Margot, there goes our first Margot.
I mean, she's not wrong because it's almost like because of the seasons here. But again, like you'd have this everywhere. But
No, that's not true because not every
once
place.
you get kind of tired of heat, then you get to look forward to the fall and football and that season, and then you get the December holiday months.
Yeah.
Maybe there is something to that, the changing of the seasons.
So, I mean, look, you bring up the seasons and the weather and everything and how that would be a negative for us. There are some places that don't have a changing of seasons.
And it bothers people.
Yes,
Yeah.
you hear one of the biggest complaints when people leave for southern places or western places is
like
there's
every
no-
day's the same.
Exactly.
Yeah.
There's no more seasons. So
I mean, who doesn't love February?
I do like February.
I mean, I love it. They say it can't make up its mind how miserable it wants to be.
Yeah, those are the worst months.
Like January, February, and March just suck.
Oh,
Yeah.
do they suck?
They
do.
they suck.
They do.
Yeah, no, I'd much rather have that than what we're getting this week. Sucks. That sucks.
But it's short. You're not gonna get 3 months of 95-degree weather until we finish destroying the planet.
All right, here's what I want to do because I want to go further on this optimism thing. 252-WCMF, 252-9263. What about Rochester, New York makes you the happiest? You get out of bed in Rochester, and the thing that makes you smile is what? Because I'm just as confused by this. I love living here, but I don't look at us as like happier people.
Yeah.
So like this optimism thing, right? The seasons and the change and that stuff, that makes sense. The sporting seasons around here because we're big into our sports, okay, that makes sense. But I think it goes bigger than that because to her point, we're always looking for something bigger here in Rochester. Right? Like we had the fast ferry and we were very optimistic about that and it blew up in our faces.
Right.
And then we were going to get a Major League Soccer team and we were so excited about it that we built its own standalone stadium to facilitate that. And that exploded
Flop
and
all
fell
up.
on its face, right? And I can count to 5 other things.
We've had a lot of flops.
But the point I'm making is those don't happen without optimism.
Yeah. You gotta get people to back you.
Yeah, you don't make those mistakes without people thinking they're going to work. And I think you can point to project
is
after
it
project.
optimism or is it just us being dumb? Like, hey, maybe this will work.
Suckers. You dumb
Hey,
suckers.
I know that didn't work, but this next big project definitely gonna work.
Well, eventually something has to work. And I mean, as a community, we've moved away from bigger projects,
Yeah.
right? Like, I mean, we haven't seen those, but even the newer stuff that's happening now, it's working.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, the city of Rochester is alive in ways it hasn't been in decades.
But you also have and I don't know if this is like every community, have rich guys that put money back in.
Okay, so for example, Tom Golisano over the weekend
Golisano.
just donated a whole bunch of money.
Wegmans has stepped up. The Policinis, they put a lot of money in.
Sure.
I'm sure there's other names.
Other people that I'm forgetting right now.
I think is it the Glazers?
Yeah.
Yeah, they put money in.
They made all those donuts. That was very nice of
Oh,
them.
who doesn't love a glazed donut? No, I'm saying. I mean, you got a lot of. I mean, this town also had to reinvent itself when all these big companies tanked.
Yeah.
But maybe that's where the optimism comes from, right?
You had guys that figured it out.
Look, I mean, when Kodak, Xerox,
It's
guys.
almost like at least it's not Kodak. Is that our mentality?
Well, but no,
at
let's-
least it's not Kodak.
but you had to figure it out.
But that's just it, right? Like when Kodak and Xerox and Bausch and Lomb started going the way of the dodo, there are communities that had similar situations.
But look at Rome or Ithaca.
Yeah, Utica.
Oh, Utica's the worst.
But I'm even talking like bigger places, your Pittsburghs, your Clevelands, your Detroits, where you had big business that supported the whole city. And those places, you can make the argument, are still behind what happened with Rochester. Buffalo is just now coming out of that tailspin with their like cultural renaissance.
But they're trying.
So, but the fact that we were able to spin out of that tailspin, I mean, it was rough for a little while, but it looks like everything's getting back
It's
to
the adversity, Pet, the grit of this community.
But that would make you optimistic. That would make you optimistic.
Yeah.
So
you're an optimistic guy.
I am. Well, don't you have to be?
No, I'm not.
What's the point of getting out of bed if you're not optimistic?
You gotta eat. I got a boner. I don't know.
So there's something to be happy about.
Eating and a boner.
Boner and
eating. Don't
separately.
mix them up.
252 WCMF. Rochester, New York is a top 10, ninth actually, happiest city in America. Let's talk to John. Hey, Johnny. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
Good, man. What do you got?
Are you sure you guys aren't misreading it and it's not the happiest city? Because apart from Salt Lake, all of those are heavy drinking towns.
Yeah, I mean, maybe that's what makes everybody so happy.
Access to booze.
That's actually, in all sincerity, maybe where the alcohol is, people are also happier.
Could be.
But also, you guys mentioned sports earlier. Why are we happy? Most of us are Bills and Sabres fans. I think after the past, Bills are somewhat turning it around, but after every playoff, it's another disappointment after another.
Yeah, way to bring me down on a Monday. Thank you. John, no, but I think it goes back to what Margot said.
What's that?
The optimism.
Yes, if you've never won it
go
before.
get it next year.
Yes, you can't help but be optimistic. 'Cause, I mean, look, I will say this. John, are you a Bills fan?
Unfortunately,
Okay.
but yes.
How old are you, buddy?
I am 22.
Okay, you too much.
Oh,
of a
you're 22 for
baby
God's
ass,
sake.
baby John over here. No, so John, thanks for the call. I appreciate it. Like to his point about the Bills, even in the darkest of days, where we were running out J.P. Lossman and Trent Edwards and Ryan Fitzpatrick and
This is our guy.
yes, like I would find a way in the beginning of the season in my head to get us into the playoffs. Win losses, how it's gonna break, whatever. This is Fred Jackson's year, man. This is Fred Jackson. He's gonna lead the NFL in rushing, diamond in the rough, college.
Oh,
Just saying.
okay. How about food? Does food play into it?
Ooh, that's another.
We have a lot of good comfort food, plus the booze.
I mean, look.
Two things that kind of like de-stress you.
And that's just it, right? Like you can be excited for the food and the booze on its own. Mm-hmm. You can also be happy. I mean, that stuff makes you happy when you're not happy.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So, I mean, it plays both ways. The excitement of already being baseline cool, and then, ooh, I get to have this cool thing, or things are really depressed, I'm going to go eat.
Yes.
I'm going to go drink.
Okay.
I think maybe it all plays into it. I mean, I think I like that optimism idea, and I'm going to stick with the optimistic thing.
Okay.
So, like, as we wrap all this up here with the idea, because you touched a second ago, like, there are maybe all the a-holes left, and it's only the happy people that are left here. Because, again, we are seeing that younger people are sticking around.
Yeah.
At least compared to back
opportunities.
In the day. Yeah. Those folks that left for southern states and the folks that live here and still bitch all the time, are they just miserable people that will always be miserable no matter where they go?
Oh, yeah. I agree with that.
I'm asking.
If you're miserable, you're just a miserable person.
Okay, so
I don't care if you're in Miami, Honolulu, or here.
All right. So then for all those years that people were leaving, and folks are making the argument that, a community that we had was no longer sustainable because folks, as soon as they have the opportunity, are going to screw the hell out of here. They were never going to be happy here in the first place.
No.
And they're not happy where they are because we also had that story about a year ago that for all the people that Florida's gaining, it's also losing a ton of people that moved down there because they didn't expect the heat to be as high as it was.
Yeah.
They didn't expect the cost of living to be as high as it was.
I would say give them one hurricane and they're out.
All of those things, right? Like, I mean,
it's true.
Maybe I'm biased, but it feels like it's easier to be miserable in a place like Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, than it is to be miserable in Rochester.
It's easier?
There's more to be miserable about.
Yeah, you can walk the beach and,
Yeah, if an alligator or a snake doesn't kill you.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, or the Sharks.
Okay, I mean, like, but that's just it. Like, the weather isn't extreme here. Well, again, I say that as we're about to have 100-degree days for the next however many.
Yeah.
Right? But the weather's not extreme.
Right.
You don't have a lot of animals that are going to murder you.
No.
Right? Like, again, the cost of living comparatively is pretty inexpensive.
And the people aren't insane.
I
Yeah,
mean, comparatively.
Florida is insane.
No, you're right. Florida has a lot of insane people.
Yeah.
But, I mean, it's, you can't sit here and say I'm trying to be unbiased.
Well, we're a lot cooler.
Are we?
Yeah.
Because I'm looking at you and your
What are you talking about?
Amish basketball shoes this morning. I can't get over those stupid effing
What's
shoes.
wrong with my shoes?
You bought crocodile shoes from Spain,
Yeah.
and those are somehow dumber than those shoes.
They're kind of like wannabe boat shoes.
Ooh.
They're super comfortable.
No, you know what they are?
What?
They're kayak shoes.
Yes.
You think so?
Look
Small
like a
boat shoes.
kayaker. Small boat shoes. Let's take one more call, 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Rochester, New York, the 9th happiest city in America. Courtney's got the last word. Hey, Courtney, how are you?
Good. I'm happy to live here because we're surrounded by natural water sources and we're never going to run out.
Okay, so
We do have a really good water quality ranking or something. I
When-
remember us talking about this before.
when they don't find bodies in the reservoir.
Yeah.
Besides that, yeah.
Right.
So
People are moving here because of the natural water sources that we have, and eventually we might run out. So
Nobody's
I'd rather be
moving here
than
because they-
somewhere
no,
else.
pause. She's not wrong.
Who's
so
moving here because of water?
There are droughts in other places.
Let me-
Where?
A lot of people are.
So let me explain.
A lot of.
So, Courtney, what you're bringing up was actually an article, and I think it was either the Post or the Washington Post or the New York Times like a month ago.
What is
And
that?
my wife saw this. She was
They're
like,
running out of water.
well, no, she was going through it. It was a list of the places to move that will not run out of water, and we're on it.
Well, yeah, because we're right next to a big-ass lake.
Yeah, that's
Understood.
what she's saying.
But my wife says to me, this is, we're already here. I mean, if things go really, really bad, we're in a good spot. And my reply to that was until people with money come in and start buying us out of all these places. Because, Courtney, I mean, as great as it is to be here, eventually, if it's a Mad Max situation, we're going to lose.
But that's like 1,000 years from now.
Or 10. I don't know how fast this
We
stuff
ain't
goes.
running out of water in 10 years,
Okay.
bro.
All right. Why don't you die then? Well, your lizard ass
We'll be
don't
out
need
of
a lot
water
of
by
water.
Friday, according to Tom.
Goddamn, South Florida's underwater right now. They get so much rain.
Salt water.
No, they got rainwater,
Well,
too.
but it becomes salt water.
The rain and the salt get together with the alligators and the snakes and the sharks, and they kill you.
Courtney, go have a big glass of water on us this morning.
Yeah.
All right, that's good.
All right, there goes Courtney. All right, so if doomsday comes, we're pretty.
We can
decent.
drink
got
out of that
that.
lake nobody should even swim in.
All right, let's take a break. Even if you live in one of the happiest places in America,
Yeah.
you're gonna hit a rough patch every once in a
Sure
while.
has a lake.
And Kimmy is here to argue that this man may have had one of the roughest months in America
Yeah.
after what happened to him yesterday, and he's even getting lit up for what he did after it.
Yeah.
And I watching with my wife yesterday, and I started to defend him, and it was making the situation worse.
Yeah, I don't
Well,
defend.
yeah, and I was also wondering if things had gone a different way.
Oh,
That
yeah.
would have looked
Oh,
like.
yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get into it next here with the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Father's Day yesterday. Well, a lot of dads, most dads, had wonderful weekends.
Sure.
Right? There's one dad, however, that has a connection to our area, who Kimmy didn't. He not only had a bad day.
Yeah.
Kimmy's here to make the argument he may have had one of the worst months on the planet.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF. Just after 8 o'clock this morning, there was an idea that doing this would attract people to Rochester.
Okay, bring him in.
Well, yeah, we're going to give you funds so you can come, put roots down, and contribute to our economy.
Oh, that's fantastic.
We have the numbers now, how this all worked out.
Okay.
We'll get to it just after 8 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. U.S. Open yesterday. And a man who we still don't know how we're supposed to feel about was right in the thick of everything.
Oh, yeah.
And when we say thick, I mean he was, top 5, it seemed, all weekend long, Kimmy.
Climbed his way up there yesterday.
You got it. Rory McIlroy, still currently married to a Rochester native here out in Arundicoit. Had an opportunity to win the U.S. Open.
Yep.
Final hole. All he needs to do is sink a 3-foot putt.
Yeah.
And at minimum, he is going to a playoff.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
He missed the putt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He missed the putt.
And rimmed it. No.
Ugh.
So I don't.
It's the worst. That has to be the worst thing to see as a golfer.
The putt was within 3 feet, and I don't have the number in front of me, but it was something like he had hit his last 396 for 396.
He's automatic.
Yes,
on the short
within
game.
3 feet, and he missed the most important putt of the season.
Oh, sure.
Maybe his career. It is by the way, he ended up losing that hole, losing the entire Open by a stroke. This is the second year in a row that he was within a stroke of the win of the U.S. Open. It was so brutal yesterday, in fact.
What happened?
That missing that gimme putt caused controversy even when he was trying to get away from anyone. He didn't wait to shake the champion's hand, which a lot of people were pissed off. He didn't do any media, which pissed a lot of people off. And then, I'm sorry.
I also want to point out, at the end of the broadcast, they announced it. They kind of threw him under the bus a little bit.
Really?
They said something along the lines of we requested an interview, but he turned us down.
Good.
You're right. But I just found it funny that they just because they could have just kept going with the broadcast and you know what I mean? They didn't have to say that out loud, but I felt like they chose to for a reason.
Well, I will say this, when CBS has golf, it seems way more classier than when NBC has it.
Why?
They treat it like NASCAR. They kept showing that fight he got into at the Ryder Cup after the game.
You talking about
Rory got into that pushing and shoving match with that caddy that he didn't like because he was making noise on the course or something, and they showed that. I mean,
well, that's who he was golfing with,
right? So they were showing that stuff. I think when you have Jim Nance, it's class. Channel 10.
It's not called Channel 10. It's NBC. It's not like Berkeley Breed's now call Rory a dick.
Berkeley would fit right in with that crew. So, banging on doors, pointing mics at people.
The video of this weekend, if it's not him rimming out that 3-foot putt, Rory, it's him throwing his clubs in the back of a rented Lexus and squealing his tires to get out of the parking lot. He's getting lit up for that, too.
Like he's playing at Ridgemont.
Kind of.
He kind of went from being the
he's a
face
golden boy.
of golf, the guy everybody rooted for, and now it's hey, wait a second, I don't know if this is the good guy we thought he was. Not that he hurt anybody, but his image has definitely changed.
Just to catch everybody up to Kimmy's point, I mean, when the PGA, and had that Live Tour show up, and people started peeling off of the PGA to take money from the Saudis, and that whole. He stayed.
But he stayed, it's standard.
And yes, that's what he said. He stayed because he didn't want to take money from the Saudis.
Right, and he appreciates all that the PGA represents.
Exactly. And by the way, they screwed him on that hardcore by doing that merger without even consulting him and Tiger Woods and guys like that. Right. But you were saying, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I never, I always think of Irish people as being very laid back. They're not hotheads, they're fun.
Is that a serious statement you just made?
Yes, I'm being.
The Irish.
The Irish.
We're not hotheads?
No, not like that. I mean.
I don't know what you're trying to say.
Hold on, can I gesture to all of history for you?
I will say this. I don't think Irish people take themselves too serious.
Perfect. That's the way to do it.
All right, but they're fun. Don't piss them off and just let them govern themselves. But he's too uptight. He's just such an uptight guy. He looks like he spends all day in the gym or he spends time working on his game, but it looks like he doesn't relax. And I think it's...
Well, I think that there's a lot of pressure on him.
But some of it he puts on himself.
Yeah, but I think he's kind of becoming one of those players where it's like, you should have had so many championships by now, and he doesn't have it.
Yeah. I mean, he's not Greg Norman, but
he's getting there.
I know we're going into deep golf here, but the reason I bring this up is someone in this room with Rory missing this inside 3-foot putt yesterday, which would have at minimum set him into a playoff to win the U.S. Open.
Yeah.
Kimmy, your argument is he's having maybe the worst month of anybody on the planet
tough
right
month,
now.
just in his personal life and what he's doing on the golf course. It's not great PR-wise for him.
So just to recap everything that's happened, a few weeks ago, he files for divorce from his wife, who is an Irondequoit native, and he gets lit up for that.
Yeah.
Rumors that he is having an affair with a television reporter.
Yeah.
CBS.
So classy.
What top shelf?
Now, by the way, denies that.
Yeah.
So does that woman. It turns out that, at least according to sources, it was all untrue. Nothing was happening. Out of nowhere, this week, he announces last week, he announces he's getting back together with his wife, that they're going to ride this thing out. They have a young daughter together.
Right.
That puts him in the middle of that media circus again, something he does not want to talk about. He doesn't like talking about his personal life, it seems. And then, this would have been the perfect ending to everything that had happened.
It would have been the comeback.
Exactly. You have your wife and your daughter.
Were they there? That's what I was dying to know.
I didn't see him.
Because I was thinking, even if he wins this.
Well, he did throw the car clubs and take off. You wouldn't have time to buckle a car seat if they were there.
even if he won it, would it look worse for him if she was there and pretended like nothing was wrong? Or did it look better if he just was she could make it this
if the family's there and he wins this thing after everything that happened,
I think that was didn't come off as a little bit, because I could see why you wouldn't want her there with everything that's happened the last month.
No, but I think it's a sweet story, right? This is a guy who's lost, and he's been
bottomed out, he came back.
been trying to find his way. And the week that he says, "My wife and I are going to stick it out, and we're going to raise his family," he wins. And to me, as a sports observer that wants a really great story that I could latch onto, but when he got his family back, he found his game again.
You always got him with the trophy and the baby and all that stuff.
I was dying to know.
My wife will be crying watching that.
I was dying to know if she was there or not.
If I am Rory McIlroy, I am not leaving my house for the next month. I'm not taking any phone calls. I'm not answering any text messages.
They're probably playing next week.
When is the next?
They play every week.
He's got money. He doesn't need to go.
Bro, he's got to go.
Well, you want to go answer those questions?
He's got
especially
sponsors.
After what
He's got to go. He's got to get his ass out there.
After what he did yesterday?
Put the top flight hat on and get out there.
Not be looking forward to that.
By the way, I don't know how his fellow golfers feel about what he did yesterday. Not shaking hands, not doing media. Because, it reflects poorly on them. DeChambeau won yesterday.
Yeah.
That guy, you want to talk about a 180?
He's kind of weird, too.
But he walked around the course with the trophy and let all of the fans touch it.
Yeah.
Do you see that? So you go from a guy who refuses to shake hands and leaves without doing media to another man who's making himself the man of the people.
Right.
Flipped his...
But they were also... Rory was also getting heckled because they started chanting USA.
Yeah.
All because of the Ryder Cup and his meltdown.
It's a brutal sport, man.
It's turning into it.
And we're also finding out how many, I think just through their personal lives and the thing that we watch on Netflix, Full Swing, how just mentally they struggle in their personal lives and through golf. They all see these they all have to go see therapists or sports. I forget what they call them. There's a specific name.
Sports psychiatrist.
Yeah, and just to get their head right to play the game.
It is amazing because my wife just thinks Tiger Woods is a piece of crap.
Sure.
Right. But I always go, but when you look at how much he's won and how hard it is to win one of these, then this kid was crushing it at the top of his game, man. It's amazing how good that kid was. And had 19 girlfriends.
Doesn't that also make him more of a sociopath?
Yeah.
But it's impressive. If that's a sociopath, that's pretty impressive.
It's impressive that he's such a sociopath.
He's got a yacht.
Look, I will say this. Because, golf since Tiger started going the way Tiger's been going, not great.
Yeah.
Right? And when I say not great, I mean for ratings and people talking about it. The last 2 years between the LIV Tour, some of the broskies that are now the bigger dudes on the thing, the scandal, and I say scandal in the lightest way.
There's a lot of drama.
Broskies.
Yes. Just find them better than that. Yeah. They're broskies. Right? right? They got a Yeti cooler full of cheap liquor, and they want to go hang out outside a Tennessee football game. They're all broskies. But, like, it's must-see TV again.
coming back,
no,
baby.
it's been fun to watch.
Yeah.
And, like, now it's not just the golfers. Like, you didn't care what Vijay Singh's wife looked like.
No.
Oh,
Right?
yeah.
You didn't care what Mark Calcavecchio was doing
Yes.
on a Saturday night, but like
It was an old man sport.
exactly, people
Yeah.
care about these young, good-looking dudes,
Yeah.
the drama that they bring. It's making golf
All right.
like must see again
All right. It's got a little, ultimate fighting to it.
with the broskies.
Yes.
All right, let's take a break. You know, we were just talking about how Rochester is a top 10 happiest city in America.
Sure.
You know, slapping that on a billboard should be enough to get people to move here,
Okay.
but apparently it was not.
What did we do?
Well, our community used the COVID situation, tried to our benefit.
Oh, yeah.
Because we knew that a bunch of people now in bigger cities would be able to work full-time remote. And if you don't have to commute to work every day, why would you want to live in an expensive city like Boston, New York, Atlanta?
Save your money.
Why not come up here and be a part of our rich community?
Yeah.
And they were offering things, Tommy, big-time incentives for those folks to come and make themselves Rochester residents. We'll recap that program
All right.
for you because we now have the results of how it all worked out.
Okay.
It worked so
How'd
well.
we do?
Well, it worked so well. They now are retooling it,
Oh,
doing something a little different.
all right.
But like, if all you got was this, why would you even why even try and do it again?
Okay.
And based on what's going on with folks that live here right now, why do you even need it?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. This was an idea that was polarizing to folks who live in the greater Rochester area, even at the time.
Sure.
And a theory that over the last few years has people, even on one side, jumping ship.
Oh.
Because we think we want people from out of town to move here.
Yeah.
And this idea was going to help with that. But out-of-towners moving here may have created a problem.
Oh.
And it turns out even this idea wasn't helping that much.
Oh.
You're hanging
So it
out.
didn't work.
No, it didn't. You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF just after 8:30 this morning. The angriest old man crime run of all time.
Wow.
Buckle the F up.
Can't wait to hear.
We'll get to it just after 8:30 here in the break room on CMF. About 2 years ago, we heard about a new program from the Greater Rochester Chamber of Commerce.
What are they going to do?
It was called, Rock Remote. And the idea was to draw people in from outside of Rochester to come live here, convince them to move, and work the job they currently had remotely from Rochester.
Okay.
So they sold people on the cost of living, folks in Boston and New York and Atlanta.
High rents.
You got it. Look, if you can work from a computer, why would you spend all that money?
Right.
Why would you want to deal with the traffic? Right? All of that stuff. So come live in here in Rochester. They also tried to sell people on the culture of Rochester.
Oh, we got the culture.
Well, we do. I mean, we're Festival Town USA. We talked about the Four Seasons. We got all that stuff going on. And folks could apply for this program, the Rock Remote program, and essentially get paid to move here.
Wow.
Yes. It was an upfront investment by Rochester. The idea being that these folks would be paid to move to town. You're not going to take any jobs away from locals. They would have paid taxes and eventually make things better for us.
So what's that to lose? What happened?
They had a plan.
All
They
right.
had a plan.
It does seem like a good idea.
Okay. Did not work the way they thought it was going
Okay.
to.
So what happened?
So how do they measure? They were actually able to measure this?
Oh, yeah, I've got the
Okay.
numbers in front of
All
me
right.
right here. Rock Remote says they got 4,000 applicants for this program.
Damn.
And that's really impressive.
Yeah.
And in the end, over 2 years, 50 people moved here.
That's it?
Okay, did people move here and move away, or 50 people
50
total?
people. Now, look, I have
moved
here's what I have here.
Okay.
50 people in this program moved here. 50.
Out of the 400 that...
4,000
4,000.
applicants, 50 people.
Oh.
Well, maybe a lot of people thought they qualified but didn't.
I don't know. But, Kimmy, it sounds
Maybe
like
they looked around and go, not for me.
it's
Well, that's
also
what I mean. Like, I
possible.
wonder how many people actually got here to try it.
But by the way, we were also having a housing shortage.
Okay, so put a pin in that. I want to circle back around. So it sounds like that number was a big disappointment.
Yeah.
Because they're now changing things up.
What now?
The new program
Yeah.
is called Rock Relocate. And Kimmy, to your point about people moving here and potentially moving away, this program is apparently going to focus more on connecting people to the community. So on top of the $9,000 you can get granted to you for buying a home, there will be, and I quote, customized programming to ensure a successful integration into the community and, quote, opportunities to connect with local professionals and organizations.
That sounds so vague and I don't even get it.
Well, I know you don't get it. You're not a smart person.
It sounds like one of those organizations I don't think actually does anything. We're going to connect you to have you more, centralized with this and that. What?
So is it just a
What are you
way?
talking about, man?
Is it just a way to help new people make friends?
That's
I
exactly
guess-
what it sounds like.
Okay,
I mean,
all right.
Kimmy, your idea, what you said a second ago, is people not feeling welcome in the community. Maybe that had something to
Well,
do with it.
and I think, let's say you're somebody that does it in their 30s or even 40s.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not an easy time in your life to make new friends because, there aren't a lot of other single people out there new to the area doing the same thing, I would imagine.
And going even further, the fly in the ointment here,
What?
the big hook is you're working remotely.
Right.
Right?
Yeah,
So you
right.
are
So
not
you're
taking...
not going into an office.
That's just it.
Yeah.
Like,
You're
if
not taking a job away from anybody.
But to Kimmy's point, if I move here and I'm not working in an office, I'm not meeting anybody. It's
Oh, yeah.
impossible
Yeah.
for me to meet new people.
Well, I mean, we're only thinking of single people.
Okay, even
No, well,
married
even-
people.
If you came here with a
married-
family, you would probably be easier to get out because you live through your kids. And
I guess
stuff.
if you have kids, yes. But if you're just a younger couple, I don't know how you would go out and meet new friends as a young couple without coming off a little creepy.
Hey, my wife and I were watching you from across the bar. And,
What are you,
Like
swingers?
without it just happening naturally.
All right.
I think it would be weird to go out and try to do
So there's
it.
an agency that's going to help people do that on top of what they're
yes.
offering.
No, that's what it was. And that's what this is. Well, Rock Relocate, it's more focused on that. Rock Relocate. It's no longer Rock Remote. It's now Rock Relocate.
To embrace the community.
And you get up to $9,000 in grants just for buying a home. Okay.
So this should be rolling in.
So here is my question. And the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. Is any of what we're describing even necessary at this point? Because you just touched on something very important.
Ain't no houses.
Thank you.
And if you have a house, the price is like ridiculous.
So we don't have the numbers in front of us that show who's leaving, who's coming in, what the demographics of our community look like at this moment. But to your point, we do know we have a big-time housing problem.
And everybody's overpaying.
And a big-time affordable housing problem.
Yep.
Yes. And
so where are they going to go? You can't come here.
Well, here's
Town's
the thing.
Full. Okay.
People from bigger markets that have higher-paying jobs They can come in, and they can afford to buy a house.
Because they're going to keep driving up the prices anyway, because they're going to throw more bank at these houses.
And that's just it. And I'm thinking out loud here. Tell me if I'm wrong. Until we take care of the affordable housing issue, maybe trying to attract more people from outside the area with more money to spend isn't the best idea.
Because it ain't working.
252-WCMF. If I'm wrong, tell me why. Like, this program is open to people who are over 18, live at least 300 miles from Rochester, and can relocate within the next 6 months. And that's all in good. You want young professionals in your community. But at the same time, there are plenty of 12 to 24-year-olds from here who are working, 22 to 24-year-olds from here that are working, they're wrapped up in school, they can't afford to move out of their parents' house. There are a bunch of 25 to 30-year-olds who are being outbid over and over on homes, and it's forcing them to stay in apartments, and they're essentially setting money on fire. Why? If those people want to stay here, would you not be taking care of them instead of inviting people?
Because they're already here, I guess.
But there's no guarantee they stay.
True.
Like
they're going to run.
You're just inviting people in to compete with them for homes, and they have roots here, and they have family here, and if they want to stay, personally, that person is invested in the community. I want that guy.
Yeah, and you don't need these outside people, to your point, because there's no place to put them.
Unless I'm wrong, 252-WCMF.
And I also wonder with people who are willing to just kind of pick up and move to somewhere new without knowing much about it. I always feel like those people are always looking to do that. Like, I don't know how many of those people are actually looking to settle down in one place, or if they're just constantly bouncing around looking for new opportunities to see new places and meet new people.
Well, look, I mean, not to play devil's advocate here as I argue against this program, but I mean, Kimmy, there are things that would keep you in a spot. Like, Tommy moved here from Florida for a job that he should have gotten fired from in the first 5 years, right? Yeah. But he put roots down.
Yeah.
I mean, Kimmy, you move here as a single man, single woman. You meet somebody. Their family's here. I mean, look, Sandy works down the hall.
That's if let's say you met somebody that would keep you here.
But I mean, I think that like it gets to a certain age where life hits you in the face and you stay. And maybe that's the goal here.
You want to settle down.
Yeah. But I don't disagree with what you're saying. There's no guarantee.
I just know people, especially in like their mid to late 20s, like they were kind of just hopping around. Like they just like to experience new places and do new things. And if they saw this kind of program, it may draw them for a little while to a new area. But I don't know if they would necessarily stay.
So what happens to all these young people that live here that are still stuck in their parents' house?
I don't know.
They'll never know what it's like to throw up on East Avenue on a Saturday night. And we're going to lose that whole generation.
Not till they're 35 at least. 252-WCMF again. We're talking about this program 2 years ago. It was called Rock Remote. Long story short, they would give people from out of town that worked remote jobs grants to move to Rochester. You had to be from like 300 miles away, at least 18 years old. And the idea was we're going to bring in this money. They're not going to take any jobs away from any Rochesterians. And we're going to build our community with their tax money over the last couple of years. And 4,000 people applied, and that's really impressive. And over 2 years, they got 50 people to move here. So they're trying it again. This time they're calling it Rock Relocate. You still get up to $9,000 for buying a home here, but they're going to try and embrace the community more, connect people to people so folks want to come and don't want to leave. But you brought up the housing crisis, the affordable home issue. This program could be putting Rochester residents at a disadvantage when it comes to buying a house, even further than we've talked about.
Like what?
Well, first off, the applicants are getting up to $9,000 to move here. So you're already ahead of the mortgage payment, right? Like you have $9,000 more than anybody else does just in your back pocket right now. Then, again, the possibility that they're coming from larger cities with higher paying jobs and they can do it remotely.
They can buy you out.
If I have a career similar to mine, if somebody has a career similar to mine, but they're making an extra $30,000, $40,000 a year, what chance do I have?
You don't. You're going to get squeezed out.
Like, if this was a situation where both a 30-year-old from Rochester and a 30-year-old from New York City or Boston could buy homes together on the same street, makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Right? Like, if the homes were there to buy and we could all live in unity, fine. But when you have 25, 30-somethings bidding against each other, and then you had a 30-something with no connection here, and that ace up their sleeve.
Yeah. He's going to win. And I say he, it could be girls too. Girls are also very vicious when it comes to money.
I mean, like if we ever catch up to the housing crisis, this is a good idea.
Yeah.
But until then,
You got to build some houses.
well, that's just it. Why are we encouraging folks that can outbid more people that live here to come to town? Why would you want to put people who are born and raised here at a disadvantage?
Well, it does help people that are trying to sell these joints because they're making fat bank.
Okay, but those people are also, there's a chance they're leaving.
Yeah, but they're going to leave with their money, right? These people that are flipping these homes
No.
for like $100,000 over.
But that's what I mean.
Yeah.
Right? Like, it's possible if these folks are moving because they're older, they're going somewhere and taking that money with them.
But yeah, they're going south.
I don't like it. I don't like it at all. Who are asking these questions, Tommy?
Well, it sounds like it's not making much of an impact anyway.
It ain't.
So then why are you running it back?
Yeah, it is
Yeah.
weird.
Right?
Maybe you just say, nah, well, didn't work.
We tried.
Yeah.
How long is it going to take to fix the housing situation in Rochester?
I
Seriously.
don't know.
Build
I don't
some
know.
houses. How long does it take to build? Like you had to
How long
literally
does it
build
take to
neighborhoods.
How long does it take to build a house?
Yeah.
You old Italian builders.
Probably take 4 months.
No, because like here's the thing. They're making progress. Like there's places going up everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Everywhere. But
I
nothing.
also have a feeling like we're going to build all this stuff and then the bottom's going to drop out because we did it too late.
Yeah.
And then,
Yeah.
oh, we got stuck with these like neighborhoods that are empty.
Well, I mean, that's good news for young people that are be buying homes 15 years from now.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Scoop up an empty house.
I mean, look, there are plenty of people listening right now that bought their homes after the 2008 housing crisis, and that was terrible for
Yeah, they
America,
bottomed out, yeah.
but it was great for those people,
Yeah, true.
right? I mean, think about what that house is worth now compared to what they got it for after everything collapsed.
You cleaned up.
Talk about taking solace in other people's misery.
Mm-hmm.
But no, like I live in Henrietta. I live down Lehigh Station Road,
Yeah.
way down. And in my backyard, they have just built like a townhome complex.
Like a whole neighborhood.
It's like, yeah, essentially, townhome complex. And then across the street, they are building a new
Track.
housing tract in the old Riverton Knolls Golf Club.
Damn.
It's insane.
Yeah.
Single family homes.
Yeah.
And that's what you need.
Yeah. But it's not doing anything right now. I mean, like, as fast as they're building,
Yeah.
it's not affecting the price of homes.
Okay.
No, not okay. Like, how long does it take?
It's good. Well, you know, it's good for people that have money, I guess. Not me.
Even people with money. I mean, Kimmy,
Yeah.
look, we've talked about this 1,000 times. How many homes did you bid on before you ended up with yours?
At least like maybe 8.
Okay. And that was before it went insane.
Mm.
No, it was pretty crazy, and it's still crazy.
It's crazier.
I don't know. I think it's
now
about
you're-
this.
Now you're being your dad. No, it was just as bad when I was doing it 3 years ago.
No, I think it would. I think we'd still be looking if we didn't get lucky. You know what I mean?
But like we just had 2 houses sell in my old ass neighborhood in Pittsburgh, and these are old homes built like after the war. They're not big. Neither of them have been fixed up or renovated probably in 30 years, and they went for hundreds of thousands of dollars over the asking price. And there was a line down the street. I couldn't believe it till I saw it.
Yeah.
You would think like Tiger Woods was in there signing autographs. Like I couldn't believe it. They go, oh yeah, they got like $200,000 more than what the house was worth, and they're like,
Jeez.
and they were gonna have to put money into these houses.
Right.
I mean,
So if
Right.
you're
It's not
competing
like
with that,
move-in
you're
ready.
You're
Yeah.
screwed.
okay, so until we can then handle all of that for folks that live around here, maybe just pause this.
Yeah.
Pauses. All right, let's take a break. You know, they want young people is what it sounds like. Because when you have a community full of older folks, you got a couple of problems.
Well, yeah.
First one being, you know, everyone's going to get old and need to be taken care of at the same time.
Yeah.
Second, a community of nothing but old folks is an angry community.
Well, it gets a little crusty.
Oh, you want to talk crusty? This man,
He
that
got
we're
the crust.
We're going to describe or tell you a story here, the allegations, may have gone on the angriest old man crime run of all time.
So this was actual crime.
Oh, boy, was it.
Old man style.
Oh, man, was it. And we'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. We know the older you get, the more frustrating life can be.
Tough.
Everything sucks.
How the young people treat you.
Everyone's stupid.
Yeah.
Make your blood boil. But never have we seen someone go on the old man crime run this gentleman has been accused of. Because when it comes to stereotypical old guy, it has all of the tiniest details.
Really?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 8:45. This wasn't on a map until just now.
What do you mean,
I
Matt?
mean, I would think with it being a very central part of where we live,
And
that it was on a map somewhere.
Super unique, and you can't miss it walking around.
So why does it need to be on a map?
Well, because everything
I
that's
just
there
kind of
needs to be
assumed
on
it
a
was
map.
on a map.
Yeah, I don't know why it wouldn't be on a map, but it wasn't on a map. We'll get to it just after 8:45 here in the break room on CMF. So this story happened just east of us last Thursday.
What happened?
And it's an all-day story, so you're going to have to follow along. We ready?
Yeah.
All right. It starts the home of a 66-year-old man.
All right, that's old.
Police were called after a neighbor says the 66-year-old man swung a baseball bat towards him during a dispute.
I'll put a net on your head. The Boy Scouts can't untie, boy.
Police were called.
Yeah.
The good news.
Good news.
No one was hurt.
All right.
The bad news.
Yeah.
That's still very illegal.
Okay.
Police
Threatening somebody with a bat?
Yes.
Times have
Attempting to.
changed.
Yeah. Police say the neighbors knew each other, but it seems authorities were not able to locate the 66-year-old man when they got to his home. And that's a problem.
All right.
Because police say a second incident involving the same 66-year-old man happened just a few hours later.
Wait, same day?
Same day.
Same morning?
Same guy. Well, this was around 5 p.m.
Oh, okay.
The man is accused of striking a car with his walking stick
Okay.
while it was driving through an intersection.
Same guy.
Same
now
guy.
he does a walking stick assault.
You got it. Police say the
sticking.
the stick caused damage to the car. Police say the 66-year-old man did not know the person in this situation
right.
behind the wheel of the car. He
just went on a denting.
Yeah. Denting and a sticking? Okay. So far, we have a 66-year-old man accused of swinging a baseball bat at a neighbor he knew. We have a 66-year-old man, same man, accused of hitting a car in a crosswalk with a walking stick. Man he didn't know. And the story's pretty good so far.
All right.
But we're not done.
All right.
Despite the allegations of attempted batting and walking stick, about a half hour later,
Wait, there's more.
after the walking stick smack.
By the way, he's in pretty good shape. I would need a nap by now.
Oh, here's how good shape he is, Tommy. They found the man riding his bike in a neighborhood.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Yep.
okay.
So they realized that was the man that they were looking for, and they decided to try and go get him.
All right.
They say he initially attempted to evade arrest
On a bicycle at
This-
66
At 66, he's gonna outrun the cops on a bicycle.
with your
Okay.
bony ass knees.
Eventually, he was taken in without incident, and oh boy, is he in some trouble. He is facing charges of criminal possession of a weapon, criminal mischief, menacing, obstructing governmental administration.
Okay.
Impressive.
He has a court date coming up. No word on whether or not they confiscated his walking stick for the safety of the community. I know we make jokes about older guys hating the world and everything in it and wanting to melt down on everyone.
Grumpy and crusty.
But this guy is this guy has an insane amount of alleged issues
Got a lot of
for
rage.
his age, right? Yeah. Now keep in mind the alleged bat threat and the alleged walking stick incidents, two incidents totally separate from each other within hours. Which might be the funniest part of this story. Because, Tommy, you've said all guys over 50, no matter what they've done, believe that the police will be on their side when they show up.
Yeah.
This guy, despite all the things he allegedly did that day, still went for a bike ride.
Yes. Well, just to
Where did he
stretch
put his
legs.
walking stick?
That's a great question. I don't know. Maybe there was a walking stick holder on his bike.
Is it like a what are the thing you keep your sword in?
A sheath?
Yeah.
Yes.
But, this guy was not going to let a laundry list of potential charges keep him from his evening routine.
Because he didn't think he was in trouble.
Well, no. What did he do wrong? Everything he did because he had to do it. I didn't hit him with the bat, and that car almost killed me in a crosswalk.
I was going to say, is it one of those things, too, where if his day started out angry, it was only bound to get progressively worse? You know what I mean? Like, now I'm angry at this, so the next thing that gets me, I'm going to be even more angry about.
You might
and it
be
just,
right.
It's like a, downward spiral.
So my oldest brother always seems like he's got to straighten things out.
Okay.
And I can see him going down this path. Like, you shouldn't be doing that. Like, sticking his nose in,
Yeah.
and then it escalates. And then when he doesn't get the reaction he wants, he's going to get more pissed off.
Yeah, absolutely.
And he spends his day doing this.
It just grows.
Like, if it's not the way they put his lunch meat in the bag at the grocery store, or the guy lifting weights next to him, or he's trying to convince a guy to take vitamins at the gym. Like, he just does this all day long. And he, like, even with his wife, he'll start, he's bored.
So what you're saying is, when you get to a certain age, if you interact with enough people, you will get angry all throughout the day.
Because you're going to want them to act like the way you want them to act.
Okay.
All old men are control freaks with everything. Nature, the weather. Like, I'm pretty sure my brother has thrown his back out watching the Weather Channel.
Doing the old man wave.
Just
heat's back.
Yeah, they said 30% chance. I booked that fishing trip.
252 WCMF 252-9263. 66-year-old man just east of us called after a neighbor. Police were called, after a neighbor said he swung a baseball bat towards him during a dispute. No one was hit, but that's against the law. Police showed up, according to the story, to investigate. The man was gone, and a couple hours later, they found him. Well, they didn't find him. He showed up for them after police say he struck a car with a walking stick while it was driving through an intersection.
That had to be so funny to watch, man.
It had to be upset. Was that person like in the crosswalk
Yeah,
while
he was
trying
probably
to walk?
in my way.
Yeah.
Police say he didn't know the driver of that car. That person also called 911. About a half hour later, police say they found the man riding his bicycle, and he initially tried to outrun the cops on his bike. Eventually, he was arrested. He's facing a whole bunch of charges. The other thing you have to consider here,
What's that?
the allegations are the ones we know about that day. Because both of these crimes that he's facing charges for were not slam dunk 911 calls. There were folks who would get in an argument with their neighbor, be threatened with a bat, and would not bother to call the cops.
Yeah.
Or just think he's just an angry old man and brush it off, right?
There are people who could have an old man slam a walking stick into their car and be pissed,
Yeah.
but they wouldn't want to get the police involved.
Right.
True.
There's nothing that says that this guy's two issues that we know about were the only issues he had that day in the community. This just could be, and by the way, it's also not, there's nothing to say this is the first time he's ever done something like this.
And and then it just didn't get reported.
Exactly.
This grumpy spree.
Yeah, this could just be the first time everyone got sick of his crap. I mean, whatever the story was, however, you do have to tip your cap to this man.
He's got energy.
I mean, look, you have two separate people calling the cops over two separate instances in two separate places. And he evaded the cops all while in his 60s.
Look at that.
I mean, look, if you have that kind of energy, you're right,
Yeah.
in your 60s.
You can get into a lot of trouble.
So there's no more kind old gentleman anymore, right?
I don't know, Frank seems like a kind old gentleman. He calls a show.
That's the Frank we see.
Oh, you saying
After he's stoned. Because we know, he does the toke. He does the old man toke.
He does do the old man toke. You're saying there's a dark Frank somewhere?
Oh, there's a dark Frank.
Dark side of Frank?
Worst album of all time.
Well, made by who? We're on a classic rock
I
station.
know.
Come on,
Pink Floyd.
See
Now
you
we're
on-
just on to Floyd. Old man Floyd.
No, I met a really kind old man over the weekend.
But you met him maybe on a good day.
Oh, yeah.
Like, it could be one of those things where every old man has something that sets them off, and as you age, that thing gets the anger towards that thing gets deeper and deeper. So you just don't know what it is yet.
I understand what you're saying.
But there's always something there.
So your argument is, Tommy, that every old man you see, even if they're kind, has the potential to fly off the handle and be insane.
Yeah.
But isn't that everybody? That's everybody.
But they have less to lose at this stage of their life.
You think so?
Yeah, because they think they're owed something.
Okay.
You know, I also don't have a job. You know, I don't have any responsibility. They can't fire me. What are you firing me from, right?
That's a good point. But
My kids don't call. My wife doesn't listen to me. She hasn't touched me in a year. She can't even make a decent meal without putting too much garlic in it.
Are you doing Dangerfield now?
But they're right. Like Dangerfield was on. Dangerfield was trying to warn us. And we didn't listen, man. We didn't listen.
No, I don't know, man. Like, it's an interesting question. Should you approach all old men
Cautiously.
with the idea that they have the ability to go off like a grenade?
Yeah.
But then why interact with any old people at all?
You shouldn't.
Sometimes
No,
you
you
have
should.
to, right? You got family.
Sometimes you have to.
I mean, like,
nobody
eventually,
wants to.
you can't avoid all old men.
Like you're here because you get paid. to look at me.
No, yeah, I don't like you, but I'm saying
No.
like there are other you shouldn't.
There's like an
isolate-
ocean of me's out there, bro.
And like I said, like even the Franks of the world, or even the nicest older guy is gonna have his moment where it starts to come through. Because I know the first time I noticed it with my dad was like shocking for me. Because his new thing is getting angry at people standing during concerts or sporting events. Like if he buys a ticket and there's anybody around him standing, the anger level of that man is something I've never experienced.
He wants
before.
everybody seated at all times.
I paid for the seats. We paid for these seats. Why isn't everybody sitting?
No, but like you guys shouldn't advocate to isolate an entire community of people who need human contact.
Yeah, but maybe we can't handle it.
What are you talking about?
Maybe my old physique like me, we can't handle the interaction. Maybe we're best. It's like nature.
Okay.
You know what I always say with nature? Just leave it out there. It'll take care of itself.
No, that means they're gonna die.
Well, yeah, everything's gonna die.
So you want me to just let you walk into the ocean?
If that's what maybe that's not such a bad idea, Pat.
252 WCMF 252-9263. Again, we're talking about the 66-year-old man. He's accused of swinging a baseball bat at a neighbor he was having a dispute with. Missed him. Police showed up. He was gone, according to police. But then a couple hours later, they got a 911 call for a man with a walking stick, 66 years old, who hit a car that was going through an intersection. Same man, according to police. Police showed up there. He wasn't there. They located him 30 minutes later on a bicycle, going through a neighborhood. Police say he tried to evade them. Eventually, he was arrested. He's been charged with a whole bunch of stuff, and we're talking about old men.
Yes.
We mentioned the happy old man. That'd be Frank.
The kindly old man.
Yes, he's on CMF. Hey, Frankie, how are you, buddy?
I'm an easygoing guy, and I'm 77. I've had prostate cancer, 2 knees replaced, and I'm still rocking and rolling and a happy mother.
He's a nice guy. All right, Frank, at 77 years old, when is the last time you got really upset with somebody?
I can't remember when. I can't remember when. I might have yesterday, but I can't remember it. I can't remember when. No, I don't get mad anymore. I really don't. I walk away from, if everything is anything, I just walk away. It's not worth it.
Well, no, he's had a health scare. Maybe that straightened you out. No,
I will not change my attitude towards life.
Right.
And I've been that way since I retired 7 years ago.
Oh, he's
I
also
don't get
rich.
upset. No, I'm not rich at any point. No, I'm not rich. I worked hard all my life, so did my wife, and we got stuff. And
Yeah, that's called rich. I worked hard, I had money, and I bought nice things. I'm not rich. That's how you get rich.
Look, I was a wholesale florist on the road for 40 freaking years. I loved every minute of it. I loved the floral industry. I was all over the state. I made a lot of friends. I made a decent living.
Pansy,
Used to do a lot of
pushing,
trade
miserable
shows.
physique.
I'm a happy man. I've been that way. And
Right.
You did this.
Now
You
you
did
get
this.
me mad.
Frank, I'm glad you're a happy man. Keep staying happy, buddy. Thanks for the call. I appreciate it.
I will, and thank you guys. I appreciate your show a lot.
Oh, thanks.
You guys are really good.
Thank you, Frank. There goes Frank.
I figured out why Frank doesn't get mad. He talks over you, so he can't hear what you're saying. So there's nothing to be angered by because he's not hearing you anyways.
So maybe if we gave old men weed and money, they'd be fine.
Yeah, I mean, that sounds like a solution to all problems.
Yeah, chill out.
I also love how he calls up to you, you shouldn't be mad, you shouldn't be angry, but all men are. He calls up, tells you how happy you are, and you actively try to make him angry.
I know.
Yes.
Let's take a break. You look at a map, you're going to see all the things around you.
Yeah.
Apparently, that's not the case.
Wait,
Because,
how is something not on a map?
bro, especially this,
don't
it's
know.
been in our community
I didn't know
since...
like there were qualifications.
No, but like
for this.
everything is on a map now because of like Google.
Everything's on a map now.
Like how you can't miss something.
apparently, they missed this thing that's
But the
been here
Google car
since...
didn't drive past it.
Well, you couldn't drive it. This is not the map. I'll explain everything, you idiot. Okay. Next.
Who's getting mad now?
I'm going to hit you in the forehead with a walking stick. Live on the radio next to the break room on CMF. How the hell did this happen?
What happened?
130 years. Nobody noticed this thing was missing? This giant hole in the ground with water rushing over the top of it?
What the hell is it?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF, just after 9 o'clock this morning. There's a difference between the way men go out to have meals with their buddies and women go out to have meals with their girlfriends.
Oh, yes.
And that showed up in the middle of Tommy's house. Well, excuse me, Tommy's wife's house. Late last week. We'll get into it just after 9 o'clock here in the break room on CMF. So we work in High Falls. Our Tommy's back is literally to the upper, lower, and middle falls.
All three of the falls are there.
That's right. And what's great about working down in this neighborhood is if you want to go take a walk outside, just a couple of steps, you get that beautiful view of High Falls.
And it's very historic.
It is super historic.
Yeah.
Apparently not historic enough for the federal government.
So what did we miss?
For the first time ever, Rochester's High Falls have been added to federal maps.
Wait, the waterfall itself or just this area?
The waterfall.
High Falls, Middle Falls, Lower Falls.
Yeah.
The water itself.
Yeah.
They did not know it was there.
Yeah, they knew.
It
I mean, we
wasn't
knew
on
it
the
was
map.
there.
And by the
but
way, when did they make these maps?
130 years ago.
Right.
And that's all
Which
that
you would
was
think,
there.
Yeah, I was going to say.
It wasn't like you would get confused and then
that
the
was
thing
like the
blocking it.
centerpiece. Yeah.
Yeah, you're
It's
right. 130
raw
years ago,
ass falls.
Bro.
I
They
know.
didn't put it there.
No, and here's where what's even
What
more,
else is missing on these things?
But you would think like you would have really needed that kind of information back in the day
yeah.
if you had to cross with like a horse or something.
Yeah.
Okay, it was 130 years ago. It's the late 1800s.
It's nothing but a horse.
No, it wasn't, bro. I'm saying
No,
it's
but
not
I'm saying, like, you
it's
had
not
to
like the Oregon Trail.
But you would have had to cross those areas to get places.
And you built
I would
train
think, like,
tracks
it would
over
be
it.
on a map.
No, but Kimmy, I mean, there were people living around it. It's not like it was like uncharted territory. Well,
No, but
I guess technically it was.
No, but if you were coming in from a different place
Yeah.
and coming here, I would think I just would have assumed that it was an important piece
Maybe
of a
that's how.
map.
Maybe Sam Patch didn't know, man.
He was just walking.
Yeah, he was just out for a little cruise.
252 WCMF. So here's where, for my question, if anyone that knows, because we're not geological people,
No.
how does this happen? Why did the federal government wait so long to include High Falls,
Yeah.
Lower Falls, and Middle Falls on federal maps?
Yes.
And even more ridiculous, Niagara Falls obviously already included in the database. That's one of the biggest in the world.
Yeah.
So is Honeyway Falls.
Oh.
Wait, did get no.
Honeyway Falls has been on the
That's
federal
a busted
maps.
ass fall.
It's barely a fall.
Right.
It's more of a trip.
Yeah.
Honeyway trips.
It's like water running over a rock.
That's what I'm saying. That was on the map. High Falls was not on the map. Is there another city in America that has a downtown waterfall?
No, I don't think there is. I think we're the only one. In downtown city.
Downtown city, here's
Yeah.
the waterfall in the middle of the city.
There couldn't be.
Because again, I've said it 1,000 times. I'll say it again now. How we don't focus more on the fact that we have I was cursed.
No,
freaking waterfall in the middle of our downtown.
And we don't do nothing with it.
Nothing. Anything, Kimmy?
So Ithaca Falls.
Damn,
Yeah,
it's
that's
not a
small.
downtown. It's ass. Come on.
It's got to be like a major city.
Yeah. What are you going to do? You're going to go
Top 100 city.
Reedy River Falls in Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh, we could actually take a flight directly from there thanks to all the new deals at the Rochester Airport.
Willamette Falls in Oregon.
No, we're still
Oregon
bigger
City?
than all those places.
Spokane Falls.
Spokane. Amish.
Spokane.
Okay, we're just
Spokane.
okay. So these other places have downtown waterfalls.
Yeah, apparently.
Okay. But I mean, it seems like our community is the biggest to have a downtown waterfall. It's an actual downtown.
Right.
And then here's the waterfall. Not only that, you have, one of our most iconic businesses right across the way from where the falls are. It's a beautiful scene. Again, how are we not doing more with this?
But what would you do with it?
I don't know. What do people do with Niagara Falls? They go look at the falls.
Well, it's. But that's the problem. You have
guys
like.
both go mad.
Well, but that's
it's
the
not
problem.
like the most
is you have
impressive waterfall.
Yeah, you have the greatest waterfall probably in North America.
Okay.
And then so you can't follow that up with our crappy ass chocolate waterfall.
You're not coming into town to see High
Right.
Falls.
Au contraire. First of all, we've worked down here forever.
Yeah.
You and I have.
Yeah.
Tommy's been old. There's Asian tourists that come down
Well,
here.
I always want to ask them, man. What are you looking for?
And they're gonna go, yes.
But they're not coming just to see the falls.
I bet
right?
you they're coming just to see the falls. What else would they be seeing down here?
I guess
It makes
tour
no
the
sense,
city
man.
Itself.
Like you probably came from Canada. You went over the other
They
falls.
probably stopped at those falls too.
But I wouldn't
maybe
want
it's just a waterfall tour.
yeah, you got to be like a waterfall junkie.
No, I think it would
And
probably.
China's got tons of waterfalls.
China does not have tons of waterfalls.
Yes, they do.
Where? Where's the Chinese waterfall?
The Great Chinese Falls.
Shut up.
They have huge ones. They're like high up. I'm like to the ass crack of the gods.
Shut up.
Hi. They don't need our waterfall.
Okay.
They need our cheese.
Shut up. 252
Maybe they're all here looking for cheese.
Because there ain't no cheese in China.
No, I'm gonna set up a little cheese stand out there, right next to the religious guys.
252 WCMF 2529263. Again, we're talking about how High Falls cities, High Falls, Middle, and Lower Falls were just recently, like within the last couple of days, put on federal maps for the first time in 130 years. Despite the fact that Niagara Falls, Honeyway Falls have been on there, for some reason, these waterfalls, which are in the middle of a downtown, weren't put on the list. And by the way, I disagree with you that
China and the cheese.
That being near Niagara Falls hurts High Falls. I think it's actually a benefit.
It helps waterfall tourism.
Well, it hasn't because we've only got 2 Chinese people.
Yeah, but I would think even if you go see Niagara Falls, it's better to go on the Canadian side, right? Like, isn't the view and everything, the experience
Well,
better?
you get the horseshoe.
Yeah, for most people.
It's still a giant effing waterfall. Who cares? Look, but what I'm saying is, no, there is obviously waterfall tourism because we take for granted having Niagara Falls in our backyard. People, it was a massive wedding destination, still is, right? There are people that will plan vacations from all over the world just to go see Niagara Falls and hike through Niagara Falls.
Yeah.
How are we
Well,
not?
let's hope you don't see that one first and then come here.
But it's a different.
Like, let it build up a little bit.
No, like, think of what we got here. If you use Letchworth, downtown Rochester, and Niagara Falls, those are 3 very different waterfall experiences.
Yeah.
How are you not trying to package that as like a community tour?
All right, so that's the key.
That's
I forgot about Letchworth.
Thank you. Right? You get super outdoors remote waterfall, you get downtown waterfall, and then you get one of the 7 wonders of the world.
Okay, I don't know if anybody really wants to. When you go, hey, downtown waterfall.
Hey, that's cool.
It sounds like
for
it's gonna
about
have
5 minutes.
It sounds like it's gonna have like graffiti all over it. It's gonna be like rusty and crappy.
I think it's a great idea, and I think it would work.
Well, we got to clean up that area.
What are you talking
about? It looks crappy.
They're doing the park down there right now. What area are you talking about?
The whole thing.
What is the whole thing?
It didn't look nice.
You give me an example of what?
It's brown.
The water. You want to clean up all the water?
Well, yeah.
How you gonna do that?
I don't need the river of fudge.
Yeah, that's your Saturday
Fudgy
night.
to Falls. That would be like your little
mascot.
Yeah, mascot. Fudgy to Falls.
252 WCMF 2529263. Let's talk to Teddy. Hey, Teddy, how are you, buddy?
Good morning. Happy Father's Day.
Right back at you, bud. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Teddy.
Shut up, Tommy.
Tell him shut up, Tommy. Hey,
yeah.
What we don't realize is in every other country, Chinese people like to control everything. So they try to occupy every property in the main attraction, basically.
Okay. So what you're telling me is all these Chinese tourists are slowly moving in to occupy all of High Falls? Is that what you're telling me, Teddy?
No, yeah. Well, I mean, they're buying property as much as they could in the tourist area.
Okay. I don't know where to go with this, Teddy.
I don't either.
What do you mean you don't go?
No, Teddy, I'm saying I'm saying
Teddy, it doesn't make any sense.
I am observing buses of Asian tourists that
But
get
they
off
leave.
the bus. Yes, and they don't like buy up the Browns race building, Teddy. They get back on the bus, they go somewhere else.
They are learning where the area they're going to buy, and then so they can control the area.
So we got to be cautious about these people that come in from other areas that are here now.
Yes, absolutely.
Teddy!
Don't you, what?
You're describing yourself.
I am?
You came here from
Yeah.
the islands of Asia, and you're now here and you own property.
Yeah, and there's more coming. Teddy, we can't have you down here. I'm afraid if you look at
How
the
many
building.
Teddys are here already that we don't know about? Evil Teddy.
Evil. That was an
That
evil
was an
Teddy.
evil laugh. That was a good laugh.
All right, Teddy. I'm going to keep an eye out for the Asian folks touring, trying to buy buildings. But I appreciate the call, Teddy. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to buy Tommy's house very soon, too.
Joke's on you. Tommy doesn't own a house. Bye, Teddy. There goes Teddy. What the hell is
I
that?
have no idea.
You got to watch out for these immigrants. Says Indonesian man with an accent.
Isn't that Asia?
I don't know. I'm not smart enough to figure that out.
It's closed. It's in the hood.
252 WCMF. It sounds like we may have more of a waterfall tourist situation than we thought.
Really?
Tom's on CMF. Hey, Tom, how are you, buddy?
Hey, how you doing?
Good, Tom. What's up?
Hey, yeah, there are some nice falls. I don't know. I have to almost agree with Tom on this one, Tommy. The high falls, but there's Turkanic Falls. There's Buttermilk Falls. I mean, they're no Victoria Falls, but they're nice and they're within an hour.
Isn't Buttermilk Falls a pancake place on 104?
Yeah, okay. No, but Turkanic Falls is amazing. That is impressive.
That's the one in Letchworth.
Within an hour. Letchworth is yeah. I mean, I would, like you said, the package might work.
Okay.
You would get so bored looking at waterfalls.
I don't know. If you're into waterfalls enough to go on a waterfall tour, you're probably not going to be bored.
But you probably didn't know about all the buttermilk and
now you know.
You're proper buttermilk.
Diana Falls, whatever he was talking about.
Diana Falls.
Diana Falls.
Vegeta Falls.
High Falls, I don't know.
All right. Tom's out. Tom's out on High Falls. Brown Falls, he's out. Tom, thanks for the call, buddy. Have a good rest of the day. So what did we learn here? What did we learn?
That the
Waterfalls make men angry. I don't know.
The Chinese are coming in to buy up all of the waterfalls.
Around the tourist area.
Yes, yeah, they're coming in
because
on
they like to
buses
control everything.
to take pictures.
They're reporting back to the chairman of China.
Let's take a break. You go out to dinner if you're a guy with your buddies.
Yeah.
It's simple.
Yeah.
Right? Someone's picking up this check.
It ain't complicated.
Yeah, we're going to fight over it, but we know where it's going. Apparently, it's not the same with other genders.
No.
Because you stumbled upon something much like a detective.
Yes.
That has you completely flummoxed.
Yeah.
You don't understand it. And we'll get into it next here at the break room. On 96.5 WCMF. Maybe this is the better way to go out with friends.
Okay.
Maybe it causes less stress and tension, and it's better for everyone's wallets.
They do live longer.
But even if that was the case, we're not changing. Because when guys go out, we're getting that bill. Because there isn't any other way to do it right.
Yeah.
You're hanging out in the break room. Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5. WCMF, you can hear our sultry voices talking about waterfalls and Chinese tourists every day. Why not watch our faces
watch us talk.
as we discuss Chinese tourists and waterfalls? You can log on to the Odyssey app, WCMF.com, YouTube or Twitch. On YouTube or Twitch, it is The Break Room, WCMF. Tommy's wearing his kayak boating shoes this
I
morning.
could go look at all the waterfalls.
Yes, you can.
They're kind of like, they're very comfortable, like touring shoes.
No kidding.
Yeah.
You'll
Standing in line.
All of our live streams brought to you by our good friends at Three Heads Brewing. Three Heads Brewing, Tommy would not be allowed in with those shoes. So, Tommy, you accidentally stumbled upon a piece of evidence you weren't looking for in your home list.
Yes. So my wife went out to lunch with one of her friends, and I know they went out and had a nice time, and I kind of know what they ate because she told me.
Okay.
So for some reason, the bill was sitting on the counter, and I could see it,
Oh,
plain as day.
like the receipt.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know they both went out to lunch, and a nice lunch. And I see the bill, and it's like $18.10.
Okay. Wow, that's a really cheap place for 2 meals.
Right. Sure is.
I'm suspicious.
Well, I go, did they get separate checks?
yeah.
And, like they had, like, did they split the bill? Like, when you pay, they
Right.
must have
Split
just,
it in half.
I think they both paid for what they ate.
Okay.
So it had to be
like
separate
they
bills.
itemized it. So like
Or just ask for separate checks.
yeah.
Separate checks, please.
Yeah.
So they split the check down the middle. Okay. And
No, I think they paid for what they ate.
No, that's, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yes,
I
yes,
don't
yes,
think they
yes,
split
yes.
it
They
down
didn't split
the
it down the
middle.
middle. They paid for their
Right.
each individual meal separately on each check. Okay.
But it's just 2 people and in lunch. And lunch is not going to break you.
That bothers you?
It was like, why didn't you just pick it up?
You're saying like
haven't-
one person pick it up?
And I'm going, this is what women do. Because, like, if I would either pick up the check or the other guy picks up the check, but I don't remember doing separate checks for lunch.
I
Is
don't.
that because it was easier, or is that an ego thing?
Oh, listen to this.
I'm
one.
asking.
Listen to this. Here it comes already.
What? I'm asking.
I don't want to
It's a
deal
simple
with
question.
it. It's more work.
Okay, so it's easier for you.
Yeah.
But I think that there are some guys that'll do it because it's kind of like a show off.
Yeah, you
thing.
want a big time.
No,
So
he's
I should-
lying. He's lying. Look, it is easier. It's an ego thing for him. It's an ego thing for every guy. That's why we
Okay.
do it.
Well,
All
that's
right.
why I asked.
Like,
But it's
don't-
quick.
You even got that side smirk-ass smile.
Well, you crushed me for asking the question,
How
but
dare
it's
you
a
ask
fair.
questions?
It's a fair question.
Where are the Chinese to come buy this building and get you out of here? All right, so you're under the impression this is solely a man-woman thing.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Kimmy, thoughts?
I mean, most of the time when my friends and I do go out to eat, we split the bill evenly. So even if somebody pays for it, we all Venmo them or like, you know what I mean? Like we do split the check. I think like itemizing it is something that people over a certain age do.
Separate
or
checks.
maybe like once you hit that age, you start to do it. But I think just from my experience, it's never been like, well, I had this. It's all just like, let's split it evenly.
All right, the phone number is 252-WCMF, 252-9263. The 3 options that lay in front of us. 1, I'm paying for what I got. 2, splitting the bill evenly. 3, someone's picking up the check. Because, Kimmy, with Venmo and everything, you could itemize what you paid for.
Yeah, but even if somebody wanted to do that, I think people are afraid to ask to do that. So it's always just been, let's split it 2 ways. Let's split it 3 ways.
Yeah,
however
let's
many
say like
people are
4
there.
guys go out to lunch
Yeah.
or dinner or whatever, right?
Sure,
Let's say 4 guys go out to lunch. You're just going to, at best, you're probably just going to take that check and whack it up 4 ways.
Yeah, I mean,
But
if you're-
just straight up.
If
Yeah.
you need to borrow money, what is that? Who's going to do? You're not going to pick up the check? You bitch ass.
So you would only pick up a
cheap-ass
check
bitch.
if it was 2 people.
Tommy Chintz only picks up a 2-person check, apparently. You ain't picking up a 4-person
I'm not made of
that's
money, Kimmy.
No,
Tommy
I'm
Chintz.
with you here.
Yeah, no,
you would
Kimmy
pay,
Chintz is
But I
in it.
wouldn't
no,
go
you would
like,
pay for 4 people.
But I wouldn't go. I wouldn't go. Well, you had a beer, so you
Yeah.
know that's more than what I had.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
I will say this. If you're going to split the check,
Yeah.
the stupidest way is to split it 4 ways even for people that got different things.
Why?
Because
No, I just whack it. I've always been
no.
with guys like that. You just whack it up.
What if you split like an appetizer or something? You're going to split that.
Okay, so split. No, but I mean, look, if I'm, let me put it this way. I'm happy to pick up the check. If we're not picking up the check and I have to pay for something more than what I ordered, now I'm mad.
Now you're a bitch.
No, I'm a
now
bitch.
you're a
I'm a
bitch,
bitch.
man. That's a
No,
bitch movement. You didn't have to have a second
beers.
Pepsi.
Yeah.
I'm not paying for your alcohol.
No, because it's always dicks like you. Here's
I
why.
only tip on.
Here's
I
why.
don't tip on the tax.
Here's why he wants straight splitsies. You
Yes.
ready for this? Because he's going to get some expensive piece of fish, and I'm going to get a
Oh,
burger.
your mom was there?
And
We whack your mom 4 ways. Everybody get a taste.
can I get the prank salmon, and then I'll also have a side
Well,
of
I
truffle
drink.
something, and then you're going to get 2 whiskey neat doubles.
Oh, we're leaving early?
So now he's 4 drinks in.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have a burger and a beer. Mine's gonna come to $13. He's gonna come to $47. Yeah, let's hack it. Let's whack it up a 2 or 4 ways. That's why, because you're a chintz ass bitch. You're trying to get a free meal out of people. You
That's not
scam
free
artist.
meal.
That's close
Some
enough.
tight.
Might as well be a
And I
free
like
meal.
how you're like, you have 1 beer.
I'm gonna have 1 beer. I gotta drive, man.
I'm going to drive too.
I don't know.
Take my time.
What if, because I feel like I've been in this situation before where it's just me and another person and one person's drinking and the other one isn't. The person who has had 1 or 2 drinks will cover the tip.
Oh wow.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh.
So like
All right.
it's just kind of like a, hey,
Even
I
it out.
noticed we split the bill, but I noticed you didn't drink, so I'll cover
What's
the
that?
tip or
$3?
something.
That doesn't even make a difference.
No, it could be like $20.
How much are you drinking with your friends?
No, but
What do you
let's
think
say,
with that crew?
No, I'm saying like let's
Oh,
say
like
your
you
bill.
had a meal and somebody drank.
yeah,
Gotcha,
yeah,
gotcha,
yeah.
I get
No, yeah, I'm not talking about just drinks. I'm talking about like.
I
sitting
also
down
don't
for a
like
meal.
going out with somebody where I'm drinking it or not.
I know that's another weird thing you do, man.
Like if I order
Well,
a
but I have
beer,
had like pregnant friends. You know what I mean? Like people who
you
can't
can have
drink.
a quick one.
No,
Come
you
on.
can't have a.
You have a little something for the baby. It's good luck. Not for the baby. No, but if I go out to lunch, right, I get I get a beer.
Yeah.
Right? And you're having like iced tea. What are you, religious?
No, sometimes you don't want to drink.
What the hell is that all about?
Wait, shut
We're out
up.
having a nice time.
I love, like you're such a sissy, and you like try and play this. Yeah, I'm a tough guy, 5'5". What do you mean you're not gonna have a beer at 11:30 in the morning? You push ass, bitch ass. Shut up. Shut up and have your ahi tuna with your whiskey, you bitch ass bitch at your sports bars, which has art hanging on the wall. Yeah, let's go Splitsville, USA.
You
Let's
whack
see.
it up.
Yours was 14, mine was 60. Everyone owes $30. What an idiot. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Tommy's wife goes out to lunch. He finds the receipt on the table. Sees it was like 19 and change.
Yeah.
And Tommy came to the realization that your wife and her friend split the bill itemized.
Right.
She paid for hers. Her friend paid for hers. Kimmy says she splits all the time, but she goes just straight whacking it up.
Right.
Right. Whereas gentlemen are more likely to just try and pick up the bill.
Right.
Where does this gender role bill payment come from? It has to come from somewhere, right? Like the idea that men are more likely to try and pay for the entire
They
bill.
try to control the situation and
Yes.
be a big shot.
Yeah,
Yes.
I feel like I would be like big timing a friend by like not letting anybody else
And that's
pay.
not a girl thing.
No, but that's why we do it. Yeah, I want Tommy
Right.
to feel shame when he walks away
But
from
maybe
dinner.
that's why like, you know, we just always split things.
Okay.
And nobody ever like covers it.
I get that there's a power aspect to it, but it has to be deeper than that because, you know, having I paid for lunch power over a buddy doesn't really get you anywhere.
No.
Is it a leftover of traditional date gender roles?
Oh, it could be.
Men are, or at
You
least
watched your dad do it?
well, no, I'm saying like if I'm on a date with somebody, if I'm out with somebody, men are, or we were expected to pick up the bill at the end of the night, right? Maybe the knee-jerk reaction because men are always feeling like they have to pay for the bill is to go for the bill.
Right.
And there is also this weird feeling that if you hang out with, if the hangout with your buddy wasn't good, like they'll want to split the bill. Like I didn't have a lot of fun. I'll pay for.
Oh,
half of
really?
this. I don't. I kind of
You
get
feel
that.
like splitting the
Okay.
bill is like kind of informal?
Well, like let me put it this way: if you went on a first date with a woman and the check came and she goes, "Oh, let me go halvesies on this," to me that's a sign that she didn't have a good time.
She's out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if my buddy and I split the bill, what, you don't want to sleep with me after we're done?
But what if your buddy wants to split the bill because he knows he can't cover it, but doesn't want you to cover it for
Bust
him?
that ass buddy you hanging out with as an adult.
You don't have any busted ass buddies?
Back in the day, man.
You were
That's what I'm
that busted
saying.
ass buddy, and it wasn't that far back in the day. You were in your 30s, you bum. You were my age.
Like, I could see them, like, not wanting you to pay for everything, but, hey, I can't cover it, so let's just split it.
But you would have to say that almost.
Well,
I am poor.
Okay, but we did.
I can't afford ham sandwich.
Kimmy, can I tell you a story before we go to the phones?
Sure.
252 WCMF. And here's why I'm so anti-whacking it up even when not everybody
What
bought
happened?
stuff.
What's
So,
your story?
Kimmy, there was a time.
There was a time.
Thank you. Where, what was this, like 15, 16 years ago? Maybe longer than that.
Yes.
Tommy was going through a rough patch.
Okay.
His mom passed away.
Mm-hmm.
The ratings for the show were effing terrible. He was lonely, living in a house by himself, right? And I'm not making this up.
What?
One of our friends threw a "Don't Kill Yourself, Tommy"
Yeah.
dinner. Now that's not
Suicide. It was more of a suicide watch.
Yes, it wasn't an
Mass
official.
as a steakhouse night out.
Okay.
So we go to this high-end steakhouse.
She gets like a side room.
Yep, she did. She did. So, and there's two very distinct types of people at this evening, right? Because all of Tommy's closest friends were invited.
Mm-hmm.
There were the radio pros that had been in the game for a while that had money.
The old guard.
They had way too much money for what they did for a
You
living.
got it. And then there were guys
The schlubs.
Like, me,
The radio schlubs.
Yeah, the ones that work behind the scenes. So if you've been on the show for a while, your Philbillies, your Rich Flahertys, Lumpies, those guys, right? We're there. So the schlubs, we ain't got the cash, obviously, to hang in this place. So
We called them the future podcasters.
Before you knew what a podcast was?
That's how the foresight he had. So we all get the cheapest appetizer we can.
And by
on
the way,
menu.
there's nothing cheap on this thing, man.
Oh, I bet.
And we're sweating.
You're probably panicking from the second you step in that place.
We're sweating, but we had it. We had it covered. So wouldn't you know, Bill's about to come. They want to whack it even. And there's no way I can't cover it. I can't cover because every jackass in that place, hey, you know what, give me the bottle of that. Get that. Yeah, why don't we get that steak when I cut it up and everybody had a beat of the day? Hey.
There was an Italian night at the steakhouse.
We had to, me and those other guys had to like stand up and be like, we need to itemize the bill. We can't afford this. And it was...
Ooh, you had to put in a request.
Well, no, we were all laughing at him and we were throwing our food at him. And stuff.
Which we were
We made
eating.
him dance on the table. Just for our amusement.
252. Yeah. So no, you don't know what that person's financial situation is. So unless you're gonna pick
We
it
made
up,
one guy do like a little routine.
I thought you were kidding.
No,
that actually happened. No,
and it bombed.
he bombed. You made him do it. He goes, "It's gonna bomb." They go, "No, he doesn't," and it bombed. It was brilliant. 252 WCMF 252-9263. Let's talk to Ben. Hey Ben, how are you, buddy?
Pretty good. How you guys doing?
Good to hear from you.
Good.
So, first off, I forgot last week. Austin wanted me to let everybody know he's out for the rest of this week because he's getting married. He wanted me to tell everybody he says hi.
He's
So
getting
there's that.
married, and we had to hear it from you.
Apparently he's my long lost identical twins for some reason.
This
but
is true.
Whatever.
But, okay, thank you, Ben.
Let us know how the wedding goes.
Yeah, you can ask him when he comes back.
Right, no, when
But,
you go to the wedding. That's how it goes.
I'm not going into the wedding. He's off. I don't know
Wait, you
what
just
he
do
is.
his bitch announcements? You're like his secretary?
I'm being cool. He asked me to say hi. I'm saying hi. That's not the only
Why are
reason I
you
called.
causing? You're like my 13-year-old daughter. Why are you causing drama?
He finally makes a friend, and he's got like the low
You
spot
guys
of new
started
friend.
Anyways, I was actually calling because the only way Tommy's interesting is because he has to drink alcohol. Otherwise, he's just a boring, miserable bitch.
Are you talking about when you're sitting down to have a meal, drinking alcohol versus not drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Okay.
And the other thing, me and my best friend, we go out to Red Wings games and stuff like that, or RIT games. We usually, one of us will pay for the tickets and the other one pays for the food. And we kind of alternate between the two. So I don't think it's weird for two dudes to split a bill.
No, not at all.
I mean, okay, whatever you're into,
A couple of bros just split the bill.
We've been friends since we were 15 and 16, so we're just two dudes hanging out.
Okay. Come do the bro split, you and your buddy.
Yeah, he knows I'm busted. I know he's far better off than I am. It's just how life is.
See, it doesn't frustrate you? He's far better off than you that he doesn't offer to pick it up?
No, I don't know. I'm more of if I have $5 to give you, Duffy, if you were you have nothing in your bank account, it's overdrawn, I have $5, I'll give you my last $5. That's the type of
Maybe
person
you
I
should
am.
stop doing that.
I can't help
You know,
it.
because those fives
That's
can
how I
add up
am.
to a life.
Ben, thanks for the call, buddy. Enjoy Austin's
Have a
wedding.
good one, guys.
He's the treasurer of his friendship.
Making the official announcement. He's a spokesperson.
Why you got it? You're such a dick.
I
man.
know.
You're
Well, I'm
such a
just trying to
dick.
put the
you
story
knew what you were
together.
doing. You knew. 252 WCMF. Again, we're talking about Tommy finding a bill. His wife went to lunch. Looks like they itemized the bill and got separate checks, which is odd to him. Kimmy, when she goes out, they just whack it separately 5 ways even.
Yeah.
And then we have the way that guys do it, which is pick up the bill.
Big time.
Yeah. We got Facebook messages coming in. You can always get us at WCMF for the Break Room Facebook page. John writes us, "This is dumb. I split lunch with coworkers all the time. I can't afford to go buy everyone lunch 3 times a week. You don't look cool paying for lunch for everybody. You look the same as the table that splits the bill."
Yeah, a coworker, I think it's understandable to split it, no?
No, I'm going to try and pay for that bill.
Really?
But if you're on a regular 3 lunches out a week,
Well, we'll go back
you'll
and
go
forth.
broke.
But we'll go back
All right,
and forth.
yeah. All right.
Like somebody's picking it up eventually.
What
leaving
if,
it out.
it's a boss?
Well, I expect the boss to pay for it. I'm going to try and fake it. I'm going to go fake because you saw
Okay,
me.
okay, so you would let the boss pay, I guess.
Yeah,
Would be, okay.
you guys watched me do this when our boss came in from Kansas City. I wasn't intending on buying our dinner when we went out to dinner, but I had to fake it, and he was like, "No, no, no! Ah, come on, Bob! Come on! Come
No,
on!"
or you offer to pick up the tip or something, maybe.
Yeah. And then even he wouldn't let me do that. Come on! Okay, fine. No, but I will say this. John's
What's that?
saying he only splits lunch with his coworkers 3 times a week. I bet you $1 million he works in IT.
Oh, because they're numbers people?
Well, that. Also, everyone you see splitting lunch at, like in the middle of the day on a weekday, has their polo shirt tucked into their khaki pants at a Red Robin.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying?
All right.
Jan writes us. We had a lady Facebook message coming in here. She says, "This argument just happened with my husband last week. He's like you guys, wants to pick up the tabs at the bar, but we don't have that kind of money. And every Saturday morning I yell at him for the same thing, and he says the exact same thing you and Tommy are saying." Trying to pick up tabs.
I do know people that I feel like picking up somebody's bar tab and going out to eat, like they're almost 2 separate people, because I know people that once they have 1 or 2 drinks, they just think they can pay for everything.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? But they won't do that if you're sitting down to eat. But it's like something about being at the bar and feeling like you're even like just big time, you know?
Or buying a drink and sending a
Round
drink
on me,
down.
yeah.
Yeah, that's like big shot stuff.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but like, if the drinks are small, but they end up quick.
Yes.
I mean, like the dinner,
Right.
Even buying dinner is probably the smarter play, right?
Yeah.
When it comes to financially, because there's a limit there, right? Like there is no limit to beers being bought.
True.
And how many people could show up, and what shows up ends up
And
on
you're
your
getting
tab.
buzzed and you're feeling good.
Exactly. All right. Well, I guess the moral of the story is whatever works for you,
Okay.
unless it's evenly whacking the bill, in which case you're a dick.
Just be careful with your whacking.
Good call. Father's Day is come and gone again, 2024. And there were a bunch of activities going on for dads yesterday. Baseball game was great. Went out to the- there was something going on in Mount Morris that Kimmy found.
Really?
And it was a competition.
In Mount Morris.
But was the competition against the other father-son team? Or was the bigger competition against your boy?
Oh.
We'll get into it next here in the break room on 96.5 WCMF. Father's Day is come and gone.
Yeah.
The one day we get attention and love and mandatory Facebook posts about how great we are, as Kimmy was talking about this morning. But there was an event yesterday that if you live in a certain town may have been part of your day.
Really?
It was a competition, Tommy.
Oh.
What sucks, though, about men in competitions, dads specifically, is sometimes you're not competing against the person you're actually supposed to be competing against.
What happened?
You're hanging out in the break room, Rochester's Classic Rock 96.5, WCMF. So yesterday, out in Mount Morris, the backyard barnyard Father's Day fishing tournament kicked off.
So what is that?
It's exactly what I said.
The backyard barnyard.
I have no idea what
Where's
it is.
the fish?
It sounds like a fish. Well, there's a pond, obviously, or a lake, or
right.
I don't know. I've never been. 252
So,
WCMF. Tell me where they're fishing. Yeah, it's a
All
fishing tournament.
All
And the father-child duo with the longest combined fish length took home a grand prize.
Okay.
No word on what the grand prize is, but if they don't put the grand prize in the story, it's probably not a good grand prize.
I'm guessing not.
You're doing it for the memories more, right?
Yeah, more the title.
Yeah. So, I mean, it is fun, right? You and your dad competing against other kids and their dad. It sounds like a blast.
Could be fun.
What was your thought when you saw this?
Just based on how competitive I know my dad would get when it came to anything like this. Doesn't matter what it was. It could be a board game. It's almost like he doesn't even know who he's competing against anymore because it becomes a competition between father and child, even though you are both competing against other dads and kids.
So you're telling me these dads in this competition were not only fighting against the other pairs, they wanted to outdo their sons or daughters.
Well, think about it, because if your kid was the reason you won, you're still taking credit for it.
But
You wouldn't like just let the kid have the moment.
Well, but
right?
you taught them how to fish. Why would you not take
But
credit?
it's also
You
got
would
to be
think.
super, super frustrating in this particular tournament because it's fishing. I can't throw. You could throw a ball harder.
Yeah.
You can jump higher.
Yeah.
You're at the mercy of the fish. So like you can stand there and be as pissed off as you want. I'm gonna fish harder than you are. No, it doesn't work that way.
There are people who believe that they have tricks to catching bigger fish.
And when it's not working, man, the frustration. It had to be such a frustrating day out. It could not have been fun at all.
Okay, you're just anti-fishing based on what you did with your old man growing up?
But tell me where I'm wrong.
I always had pleasant fishing experiences with my dad. Like it's
But
one
you
of
were
the,
in a
Because you were hoping
competition.
one of you weren't coming back.
other than the time my brother accidentally hooked my brother in the head. Like it was always a pleasant experience.
Yeah, my father made fishing miserable.
Well, that's a good question. 252 WCMF. Whether you boys, girls, whatever. When you were growing up, was fishing with dad a pleasant or a miserable experience? Do you ever remember fishing with your dad?
No, my dad, I don't think we ever went fishing with my dad. We did go fishing with my grandpa.
Okay.
He took us. He was really the only memories I have of fishing is fishing with my grandpa.
Did you enjoy that?
Yeah, I did.
But see, like, I don't know what your grandfather's personality was like,
Yeah.
but my father had a type A personality that doesn't fit well with fishing. Like, laid back guy, I get. My old man ain't that. So he just went balls to the wall. And when he didn't catch crab, he would lose his mind.
Yeah, but I kind of understand that.
Yes.
Right? You spend all this money, you spend all this time, you go out there. Why would you not be upset that you didn't catch something?
Right. And it's not fun. It's not fun for anybody on the boat.
Yeah, but you were also a slack ass who didn't care what happened. I mean,
Right.
it was like the two worst kinds of people
Yes.
together doing it. Like, I understand why your father would be frustrated with you, being like, spoon-ass rich kid, chicken this boat, my person's cool,
I'm surprised you, because your old man's type A, too. He's a loud, fun guy.
Right.
Yeah.
Which doesn't bode well for fishing.
Oh, I mean, look, we were never like super successful with fishing, but I always like had a good time. Like,
But
we would
was he
hang out.
pissed off when he didn't catch fish?
Not that I don't have any memories of that happening.
Yeah, my old man would. So my old man bought, when we moved to Florida, he bought boats to go out in the ocean and deep sea fish. And like the big thing was to catch a sailfish. And you always get a sticker. The marina would give you a sticker how many sailfish, like a little sailfish. We never had a sticker, but we caught sailfish. Invited guests, like he'd bring in business partners and friends. They all caught fish. We didn't.
Did he get the sticker for
No, you don't get the
you
sticker.
don't get the sticker.
wow.
No, because you got to claim the fish
Oh,
at the dock.
Oh.
Because that's who's getting the fish. And if it ain't the guy's boat, you get no sticker. Good day, sir.
252 WCMF 252-9263. We're talking about this fishing derby out in Mount Morris over the weekend, the Backyard Barnyard Father's Day Fishing Derby. I'm impressed I did that with one take.
That was very good.
It was father-child, the longest combined fish length Combined,
Yeah.
right? They took home the grand prize, and Kimmy is arguing that this would have been miserable because all dads were going to start competing against their own children.
Well, I'm just thinking, like, let's say my dad and I won this competition, right? It would have been because, I taught her everything she knows. We did this forever. If we lost, it was she didn't catch enough fish.
Well, I mean, but all of those are legitimate things.
Right. But it wouldn't have been his fault if we lost.
Yeah,
what
if he's gonna steal your thunder or blame you.
I don't.
That's a fun day out, man.
But here's the thing.
What?
That's usually always the case when it comes to your kids.
But you have to point it out.
Well, I'm not going to say.
But I think that shows up especially if there's any competition involved, right?
Okay. I'm noticing a trend here, and it's not just in this discussion. It's happened a couple of times over the last couple of weeks.
What's that?
You guys have a problem with dads explaining how when their kids do something great, they were behind them helping.
Sure. Yeah.
Why is that a problem?
It's not a
It's not your accomplishment.
Oh, no, it is.
No,
but
it's
you're
not.
kind of taking away from your kid.
You're stealing
right?
their thunder.
No, I'm not.
And again, like, it doesn't go the opposite way. Like, you wouldn't say, like, they're not good at this because I wasn't good at that.
Well, no, but that's
right?
their fault.
I don't know what I'm doing, even though I taught this kid. She's absolutely right, man.
No, the kid doesn't succeed. It's because they're not trying hard enough. 99% of the time, that's every kid. I think that as a parent, mother, father, if you have a skill that you pass to that kid, taught them how to do it, you should absolutely take credit if the kid's successful. Not all credit, but some credit.
You should get 0 credit.
0 credit.
Yeah.
But also, you got to know when to let the kid have their moment, too, right?
Well, when I'm done having my moment. I got
you're
here.
not standing up on the podium with
Only
them.
because that's not allowed. No, but I mean, in all sincerity, I'm going to now I'm getting mad. Now I'm getting mad.
Right.
Like, my daughter plays hockey, right? Okay. I drive my daughter to hockey practice during the season 3 times a week, then games every weekend, right? It costs an effing fortune. We spent hours, and I loved every minute of it, playing hockey together.
Been a great bonding moment.
All of these things, right? And I've showed her a whole bunch of stuff growing up, right? If she does something that I showed her how to do, I am so financially and time invested, I'm stupid not to take credit. I'm losing money not taking credit.
But again, the class move is to not say anything, man.
Let her talent speak for itself.
Okay, I did that.
The best dad is the quiet dad.
Oh, is that true?
Unless he's a killer.
The Quiet Dad Killer.
Yeah.
By the way, The Quiet Dad, one of my favorite jazz radio programs.
On The Quiet Dad.
Bro, like, you wouldn't be that dad either. Like, I know.
Of course I would. I'd be a horrible father.
No,
I know that.
You sit here and you try, man, let me explain how to be a dad. I've never raised a child in a moment of my life. But let me show you
Apparently,
how
I
to
got Parkinson's while I'm doing it. What?
By the way, I don't think that's what happens when you get Parkinson's.
I don't know what you do when you get Parkinson's.
Like, Kimmy, did it bother you when your dad tried to take credit for your accomplishments?
Of course it did. Look at the pain on her
had
face.
to accomplish something.
You know why she didn't? Not because her dad didn't try, but because she's self-admittedly lazy.
But that's the thing too. Like,
it could have been a contender.
My favorite thing too is when my dad thought we didn't work hard enough. It's like, hey man, we're part you.
Yes.
Like, you also know your level of laziness.
No, I hate that argument.
What?
I hate that argument.
You bombed out of college for a reason.
That right here. Well, no, she sounds like my daughter now. She sounds like my daughter.
But again, part of your work ethic.
Okay, say the word
comes
work ethic.
From your parents, right?
I disagree with that. You think your work ethic always comes from your parents?
I think so, to an extent.
I mean, you may see the lack of work ethic to push you, too. But you are influenced by your parents. You can't deny that.
Okay, I mean, the influence, fine, but it's not like she was around to watch her dad bomb out of college.
No, but I heard all the stories.
But that's just it. Like, you can't sit there and be like,
and actually, in a weird way, he would brag about it.
Yeah, because
I drank so much, I drank myself out of school.
But he's still a success. I'm impressed.
Okay, yeah, but that's what I mean. Like, he's, with all due respect, far more successful in his job than you ever were and have
I'm
been.
not saying he's not, but it was always funny to me how, like, he would be shocked that, like, my brother and I would do something that he would also do. Okay. You know what I mean?
Like my oldest daughter, anytime a grade comes back that I'm not happy with, and don't get me wrong, it's not anything close to what I had.
Yeah.
She goes to the school that I went to. So all of the teachers bust my balls, the ones that are still there when I was there. She knows I'm an idiot. So she'd be like, well, yeah, you were getting even worse grades. You didn't watch me do that. I wasn't holding you while I was taking math tests. Be better.
Be better.
Be better. Do your job. Do your job.
I say let the kid bask in their own glow.
Okay.
And I mean, you dad, you can't do it, man.
Man, you're so cool, man. Check you out.
Check out my Parkinson's hands, man.
Come back. Wrap it up. Tell you what we're doing around next here in the break room on CMF. That's going to be a wrapperoo.
Ah, the old Monday wrapperoo.
For a Monday Break Room CMF, it makes tomorrow a Tuesday. You know what that means?
Oh, it's that new hot segment we've been talking about.
What's that called?
Where are we hanging in the hood with Kimmy?
Kimmy's got her neighborhood post that she's going to read out loud. She's finally picked, good ones that are understandable.
Sure.
What? What are you talking about?
She made it easy.
Well, no. If it was easy, you would have won.
You guys were both really convinced last weekend that you had the right time.
I had the right one. I
no,
won.
I know you did.
I won.
I pushed him to it.
You didn't do nothing. I let you.
I would led him to it.
Oh, is that what it was? Oh, I'm sorry. Is that your old dusty star still hanging on the chart over there? That was one.
The original
ago?
star.
What's the original star?
Number one star right here, baby.
Guess what, buddy? And you didn't have the number one star. Somebody else got to start before you.
The break room.
Yeah.
The break room elite.
Hey, you know what's
number one?
Yeah, you know what's great about old buildings? Nothing. They knock them down.
We're in an old building.
Yeah, it's coming down on your stupid, ugly head because you can't tell good jokes. Kimmy's got a post she's going to read from the neighborhood app. She's going to remove street names, town references. She's going to read it out loud.
Yeah.
Me, you, everybody that can hear us, Tommy.
Yeah, what?
We're going to listen.
Well, you have to listen.
Because there's little clues that you can catch to figure out where it is coming from, and because everyone knows every stereotype about every town, village in the greater Rochester area, neighborhood, we're going to figure out where they whine, and we're going to do it just after 9 o'clock in the break room on CMF. I didn't tell you guys.
What?
So yesterday, Saturday, I told you my youngest daughter had a birthday party at Horizon Fun Effects.
Okay.
Kimmy, you're familiar with Horizon Fun Effects.
Yep, very familiar.
It was the coolest place to be when we were 11.
Yep.
Right? So we were in Henrietta.
Yeah.
It's a 2-hour birthday party. By the time I get back to Henrietta, so I got my wife and my oldest daughter in the car with me. And we're like, let's just hang out. We'll hang out on the west side, and we'll just drive around the west side.
Look at you.
Places I haven't been in a while.
Wait, so going back to the old neighborhood.
Oh, man, we ended up like in deep west side stuff.
So what happened?
I don't know. What do you mean what happened?
Deep west side.
I'm listening.
It was funny. You forget how, what's the word I'm looking for?
Poor.
What?
Busted.
No, diverse not the community, because I already know where you're going there. What? Why are you laughing? What's so funny? What's so funny, Pittsford, living at your wife's house? Kimmy, my wife had never been out to like Long Pond, Braddock's Bay.
Okay.
She had been out there?
No, she hadn't been out there. No, been out where? And my wife couldn't believe what she was seeing. Like, we were down by like the Willow and what's that? You know what I'm talking about
what
there?
were you seeing?
Well, no, like it's a very interesting, unique. You got the water.
Like if you're on your way to the lake.
Yeah. We were gonna drive up and go look at the big houses on the lake.
Gotcha.
Right, and then we had to drive through that because we were on Ridge Road, and it was just like my wife's like, "Oh my God, it's like being in the Everglades. It really is."
Oh, that
It is a
marshy
weird
area.
little stretch. Yeah.
Yeah.
But it comes out of nowhere, and you wouldn't expect it to be there unless somebody specifically took you.
Yeah,
there.
you wouldn't know about it unless you live in like Greece or Hilton, I think.
Man, what a boring ass afternoon.
What are you talking about?
Go look at the mushy water, grassy area.
Those bars are always busy.
Yeah, they are.
Always.
And there's like that whole culture of like Grease water people in that like tiny little
Grease
section.
water people?
No, I'm serious. It's like
it is like everybody who lives on like Edgemere and like all those places, like they are. You would think it's like all one big family. They're all super tight.
They might be.
What?
What does that mean? They're all
think about
each
it.
other?
I don't know.
Shut up. Here we go. We got 1 more minute left.
West side. Let's go look at the water.
Yeah,
that's what we used to do all the time.
Yeah, but there's better water.
There's better water.
water.
There's wetter water on the water.
The water is better.
Wetter water on the west side. Where you going on the wetter water?
It's better on the east side.
Better on the east side is the wetter water.
Isn't there like a big power plant out there?
Go on to Webster. No, there's a water authority. I don't know. Gannett is in.
No, there's
your
a
side
big
of
power
town.
plant out that way.
Okay, I don't
know what you're talking about.
The power plant where you get your electricity.
Time to get out of the way. For Kimmy, who also has fond memories.
I do. Taking little lake drives.
Well, she grew up by pool water.
For Tommy Muley, who wants to show you what a water is the west side, not west side. Where?
I'm thinking of high-end water.
High water on the west side. My name's Pat Duffy. We'll see you tomorrow morning at the break at 6 a.m. on 96.5 WCMF.
Oh, you see what happens when you make fun of people?